Chapter 506. The Bell of Death Island was located on another continent, and it would take an hour to return to the sanctuary. The spaceship maintained a low speed within the planet's atmosphere, but it was still much faster than a plane. Han Xiao placed the little bastards on the Bell of Death Island in the guest room and did not bother about them anymore. He went to find Hannes and continued the topic. Hannes described what had happened to him after he went missing. After the Germinal Organization war ended, he had led the team of archaeologists to embark on a journey to find new secrets. As Han Xiao had made the players complete quite a number of mission requirements, Hannes and the others had obtained new information. They had found new suspicious points in the vast number of files, and the clues actually pointed to the 100 countries' war on planet Aquamarine. In the past, the Blue Star had more than 100 countries. Although there were some conflicts, it was generally peaceful and filled with curiosity about the universe. As Ghidorah appeared and brought knowledge of the universe, they learned that too many countries were slowing down the development of civilization. The waste of resources was extremely high, and they would be trapped on the planet until they died. Due to the different positions of the countries, no one was willing to give up their sovereignty. Even if they knew that there would be a tragedy in the future due to various reasons before the crisis really hit them, most people would choose to be short-sighted. The conflicts became more and more intense, and in the end, military force seemed to be the only path. Therefore, because of this internal friction theory, a world war broke out a few decades ago. Many countries were destroyed in the war, and only 6 countries were left. They underwent a huge reshuffle and completed the integration of resources. However, the negative effects of the war had not been eliminated until today. Hannes did not think that a theory could cause more than 100 countries to go to war. He believed that there was definitely a mastermind behind the war. After some searching, they finally made new progress and brought about their destruction. The leader should be Nagajan. It's easier to talk to people I know. He shook his head and did not really care about the truth. After all, the conflict between civilizations had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was just a battle of positions. Even if Ghidorah really did it, the Blue Star now had to rely on them to provide disaster relief. With so many lives at stake, it was impossible to be stubborn. Compared to the past, he was more concerned about food and vegetables. Just like when eating, people always had to ignore the source of their food. For example, when growing vegetables, they had to use feces, and when feeding pigs, they had to use swill. When drinking milk, not many people would care about what the first person who knew that milk could be drunk was doing. Also, when marrying a wife, unless one's luck was exceptionally good, one had to selectively ignore the fact that one had a brother-in-law. If a friend had passed away at the cremation memorial service, when everyone closed their eyes to mourn, Han Technician would be the kind of person who would add firewood to the fire. Needless to say, he was pragmatic. Therefore, from Han Zhao's perspective, no matter what the truth of history was, the value that could be created in the future was more important. After returning to the sanctuary, Han Xiao got the mercenaries to guard the prisoners on Bell of Death Island. Although these arrogant fellows were all captured, they still needed to be trained before they could be used. He was very assured to leave this job to the mercenaries. Although these prisoners all thought highly of themselves and only lacked the words "I'm a bad guy" written on their faces, compared to the interstellar mercenaries who had killed countless species in different galaxies, they were simply like kind little sheep. In the next 10 days, Han Xiao gradually took action. The magic-type mercenaries greatly increased the production of the suppressants, and they were able to supply them to the refugees in the sanctuary on a large scale, stabilizing the situation. At the same time, more refugees came to the sanctuary, and it was very crowded. Therefore, Bennett started to expand the sanctuary. With the help of the players, the construction progress was extremely fast. There was an endless stream of refugees, and, at this rate, the sanctuary would most likely be expanded into a large city. Han Xiao did not forget about the 6 nations. Since the 6 nations had agreed, he got some mercenaries to bring some materials and took a spaceship directly to the capital of the 6 nations. The civilians in the city who did not know what was going on were all stunned. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, Some mercenaries stayed in the Six Nations to help them create the suppressants. The Six Nations were also veterans, and they made a big fuss about the suppressants. After a few shows, the people's confidence gradually returned, and order slowly returned. The Six Nations naturally did not compromise verbally with Han Shao. Han Shao had the authority to mobilize their armies, planes, tanks, warships, and all kinds of war equipment. As long as Han Shao said a word, you would be able to get them. However, there was no need for him to do so. He had no use for them, and it was better to leave them to the Six Nations to share the burden of the sanctuary. The resistance of the sanctuary and the Six Nations against the mutation disaster had a small effect, but the number of refugees saved was just a drop in the ocean compared to the number of lives on the planet. There was no way to deal with the wild beasts and plants, and the most terrifying ones were the sea creatures. Their numbers were several times that of the beasts on land, and they were also affected by the mutation disaster. There were even amphibious beasts that had come to land, and a few coastal cities had already been severely damaged. Therefore, the situation of the mutation disaster was still extremely severe, and it was still worsening. Most of the Blue Star players stayed in the sanctuary, which was not beneficial to the overall situation. However, it was extremely beneficial to Han Shao. He had obtained a large amount of experience, and through the Black Star selection ceremony, he had recruited a total of 30 to 40,000 players. This kind of selection ceremony had become one of the daily activities of the players, and the discussion on the forums was intense. They shared their experiences, and the conclusion was that an iron head was like a firework. Only by being stubborn could one live forever. Instead of slaughtering an entire city, it was better to wait for one person. Because it was a group selection, the players gradually started to form teams. The casual players tried their luck, the professional players showed off their skills, and the large guilds used their peripheral members to protect the core members. Those who had not passed the 30-second test of True Man could not miss this opportunity. Every time they saw Mad Blade, Hao Tian, and the others with high-grade equipment swaggering through the streets, the other players could not help but feel envious. If not for the fact that fighting was not allowed in the sanctuary, many of them would have tried to kill them to see if they could obtain equipment. With the cooperation of the players, the passing rate of the selection had increased significantly. The players even thought that they had found the trick, but that was exactly what Han Shao liked them to think. Han Shao had prepared for a long time, and everything was going according to his plan. Most of it was good news, except for one thing, which he did not expect. The players had actually learned how to play the Wayne cards from Haluz, and more people were addicted to playing cards. When Han Shao found out about this, he wished he could strangle Haluz to death. You only know how to play cards every day, and you even let a professional foot soldier astray. Are you trying to force me to sell my card packs? Chapter 507. However, the mercenaries were not impatient with these new companions. Some of the players were given the Wayne cards by Haluz, and things quickly got out of hand. The Wayne cards were very popular in the universe. The cards had simple enchantments, and all kinds of light effects could be seen when playing. Not only was it interesting, but every card was an organization or character in the galactic world, which made the players very interested in the structure of the galaxy. Playing cards could even increase knowledge. With the existence of the forums, new things would always attract the attention of the players very quickly. There were posts that explained the various ways of playing the Wayne cards and introduced the cards, which attracted the curiosity of the players from all over the world. Playing mini games in the game, two happy things added together. This was double the happiness. In Han Zhao's previous life, the Wayne cards were already very popular among the players. Now that the players had come into contact with the Wayne cards much earlier than in Han Zhao's previous life, this trend was started earlier. The Shattered Star Ring card set that Haluz showed off to the players was also posted. The cards were all characters in the Shattered Star Ring, and most of the players did not recognize them. Only a few players knew about them, such as Dragon Emperor Ames. Many people still remembered her white legs that filled the screen. The players also saw the Black Star Mercenary card and were shocked. They did not expect Han Shao to be a member of the card set. To be able to be made into a card, it should be a symbol of status. Did this not mean that Black Star had quite a bit of status in the Shattered Star Ring? The players could not help but be surprised. The stronger the faction, the happier the players would be. However, Han Xiao was very helpless. The players could create value every minute. Wasting their limited energy on playing cards infinitely would reduce his profits. Hard work comes with merit, but no play comes with play. A certain great man had once said that there was nothing that could not be solved by playing cards. If there was, then just play another round. The players were having fun, and Han Xiao could not force them. Seeing this, he felt pain in his heart. Because the players were his recruitment targets, the strength of the players was equivalent to the strength of his organization to a certain extent. After hesitating for a long time, Han Xiao had a new idea. Since the players like to play cards, why don't we find a chance to hold a card game competition in the name of the faction? Set up an award or something like that. Large-scale group leisure activities can increase the sense of belonging to the faction. Han Xiao felt that this plan was reliable. From the looks of it, it was not necessarily a bad thing for players to like playing cards early. However, even if he were to hold an event, it would not be now. At the very least, he would have to wait until he led the players into space. At that time, he would be able to sell a wave of card packs. Version 20 had been released for more than 10 days, and the players were slowly getting used to it. In the previous version, the level limit was 60, which happened to be at the watershed of the first race evolution. Now that the level limit had been raised, the players completed their advancement one after another. This topic quickly swept through the forums, sitting firmly at the top of all the planetary boards. Han Xiao did not pay much attention to the players' analysis of race evolution. He went to look for his officers and expressed his intention to learn the energy training method. Energy training techniques were not something rare. Most of them were universal skills and were not restricted by one's job. Han Xiao asked around. Halu's favorability was high enough, so he did not need any additional conditions and directly gave him a new method. Han Xiao did not lack EXP now, and his stamina recovery rate was also very high. After 2 to 3 days of training, the effect of each exercise was 3 energy, so the total effect was 320 energy. He was still a few hundred points away from 9,000 energy, so he needed a new skill. For this kind of energy training skill, the more he learned, the more EXP he would need to spend. However, Han Xiao did not need to worry about this problem with his current EXP reserves. Harmon also agreed to share the energy training method, but he had a request to fight to his heart's content and defeat him. This guy was a protagonist-type character and also a battle maniac. In order to build a war league and train himself, he would not let go of any opportunity to fight. Han Xiao did not have any objections. When he had recruited Harmon, they had fought once. He was one of the best in Grade B, and he would not lose to anyone of the same grade. The two of them came to the spaceship's combat training room and faced each other from afar. This battle was purposely avoided from the players. Han Xiao did not want to reveal his strength so quickly. Furthermore, for people of their level, the arena was too fragile. It would be too troublesome to repair it if it was damaged. However, he still made the best use of it. He had the mercenaries bring the prisoners over to let them experience the combat power of the galactic mercenaries and train them. Hannes was not included in the prisoners. Han Xiao had given him his freedom and allowed him to stay in the sanctuary. When Bennett saw his old friend who had gone missing, he was shocked. After learning about Hannes' guess, his heart also sank. However, Han Xiao did not care. Come if you're ready. Han Xiao nodded and said to Harmon. Asterisk bang. Asterisk speaking nonsense was not Harmon's style. The muscles on his body suddenly swelled, and his body was several times larger than Han Xiao's. With a stomp of his legs, he charged forward like a cannonball. Raising his battle axe, he smashed it down towards Han Xiao. Two giant mechanical hands quickly spread out above Han Xiao's head, grabbing the axe and pushing it forward. Flames surged as they wrestled with Harmon. Strength collided with strength, and a shockwave spread out. The prisoners in the corner were directly blown away, rolling on the ground like gourds. This group of prisoners could not even stand firm in the aftermath of the collision. They crawled up in a sorry state, their faces full of shock. They had seen Han Xiao in action before, but at that time, their level was not high enough. They were unable to understand Han Xiao's combat power. But now that they were watching from the sidelines, they understood that in front of this group of galactic mercenaries, they were not much different from ordinary people. Han Xiao's hands trembled, and two more giant mechanical hands spread out from his sides. He punched out with both fists. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk after two heavy blows, Harmon was sent flying. His legs landed on the ground with a loud thud, and the metal floor was dented by him. The four giant mechanical hands chased after him, and under the enhancement of mechanical force, they appeared to be extremely powerful. Harmon did not dodge at all, swinging his battle axe to meet them head-on. The axe continuously clashed with the giant mechanical hands, producing thunderous sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Dang, 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 the sounds of the collisions echoed in the room. Han Xiao stood in his original position, not even putting on his mechanical suit. In the past year, he had improved his combat style, adding some elite mechanical systems. He no longer used the third company, which was a low-level army style. Now, he had more methods to deal with opponents of the same level. For example, this enhanced close combat style came from high-end and advanced knowledge. It used the giant mechanical hands as the core system, and other than close combat, it could also be equipped with other weapons, combining both offense and defense. The materials used were the hardest alloy Han Xiao could synthesize at the moment. His current materials technology was still at the advanced level, and he had yet to learn the high-end knowledge of materials science. The four giant mechanical hands suddenly disintegrated, and the components were like butterflies flitting through flowers, causing Harmon to slash at empty air. He staggered, revealing an opening. At this moment, the components once again reformed into four giant mechanical hands, trapping Harmon in the center, with only his head exposed. The mechanical fingers tightened, grabbing onto Harmon's body and controlling him in an instant. Wong. The next moment, the four palms simultaneously released shock waves, causing the ground to shake violently. The air distorted at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the shock waves spread out, engulfing the limited space in the training room. The prisoners, who had tried their best to retreat, were still hit by the shock waves. The pressure of the shock waves pressed them tightly against the wall, making them look like paintings. Everyone's face twitched incessantly, and their expressions were even more distorted than when they were diving. A string of damage values jumped out from Harmon's head, and the shock waves penetrated his body. Harmon's tensed body immediately softened, and he entered a temporary state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao soared into the air, kicking towards Harmon's head. Countless mechanical components instantly spread out from his leg, and in the blink of an eye, a black mechanical foot several meters long had attached itself to his calf. It ruthlessly stomped on Harmon's face, causing a muffled sound to ring out. This kick landed squarely on Harmon's face, and the tremendous force caused the floor beneath Harmon's feet to cave in and distort. Without waiting for Harmon to struggle free, the mechanical foot released clanking sounds, and the alloy shell beneath it unfolded, revealing a large caliber cannon barrel. It aimed straight at Harmon's face, and light particles condensed, causing a dazzling radiance to light up within the cannon barrel. Rumble. The light cannon fired a fiery explosion at Harmon's face. The two of them fiercely bounced back, and their burly bodies, which were emitting black smoke, tumbled backwards. As for Han Xiao, he nimbly landed on the ground. The giant mechanical hand and foot disintegrated at the same time, transforming into mechanical components that rapidly folded together, transforming back into compressed orbs that automatically retracted. This series of moves was currently a commonly used combat method. Whoosh! Suddenly, Harmon tossed out his battle axe as he tumbled. The axe spun and flew out, bringing with it a sharp whistle. Han Xiao did not move, and the halo array appeared behind him. The floating cannon shot out rays of light, instantly forming a golden shield in front of him. The axe embedded itself into the shield with a clang, leaving behind a large mirror-like crack. The blade of the axe was just 10 centimeters away from Han Zhao's forehead. Pushing aside the axe, Han Zhao looked over and saw Harmon standing up. After suffering a series of heavy blows, apart from a large patch of his body being charred black, he was still full of energy. He then took out a warhammer. How exciting! Harmon wiped the corner of his mouth, his tone rough as he breathed out hot air, full of fighting spirit. You really can take a beating. Han Zhao was helpless. Harmon had a one-track mind and liked to use his fists to settle everything. He was unlike Haluz, who would admit defeat. Only by knocking him out could the battle end. Although they were both melee combatants, Haluz was both a damage dealer and a meat shield, while Harmon was a pure main tank, extremely tanky. He could see Harmon's attribute panel, and there were two very powerful specialties. The first was that every time his HP fell below 20%, he would have a chance to recover half of his HP. The second was that every time he lost 1% of his HP, he would gain a buff of 2 points in strength, agility, and endurance. In a battle, there was no limit to the buff. In theory, if Harmon was lucky, his strength could increase endlessly. Furthermore, he had the protagonist's aura, so he could casually look at the treasures under the skirt of the goddess of luck. These two specialties were like a limitless bloodthirsty berserk to him. Thus, this theory could easily become reality. This was a talent in combat. Chapter 508. Harmon had just been chased out of his mother planet and needed a war league. Han Zhao's display of strength had gained Harmon's recognition, and both sides had reached an agreement. Han Zhao would join the war league, while Harmon would join the mercenary group. Becoming a mercenary would give Harmon ample opportunities to fight, which was what he needed. Therefore, Harmon was not a direct member of the mercenary group, but more like a partner with equal status. Other than the lucky halo, there were some similarities between the main character type characters. For example, some of them had extended events and plots, some of them had their own personalities and ideals, and some of them had their own strength or potential. Harmon belonged to the type of people who had their own strength. The Luhan Beastmen believed in the warrior's path. In the Rockfall tribe, where Harmon belonged, he had long been famous and was known as the Roaring Beast. This was the Luhan tribe's praise for powerful warriors. He was a good candidate for the chief position. Simply speaking, Harmon belonged to the type of main character who was very strong from the start. Han Zhao's relationship with him was neither close nor far. Harmon adhered to the traditions of the War League, so he did not hesitate to fight for Han Zhao. Warriors were never indecisive. Harmon had challenged almost all the officers in the mercenary group. Everyone knew that the longer he dragged on, the more powerful he became. He was like an unkillable cockroach that was very difficult to deal with. None of the officers had absolute confidence in defeating him, except for Erosia. No matter how strong Harmon was, he could not cut down an energy body. This was his weakness. Han Zhao had no interest in competing with Harmon in terms of endurance. It was better to end the battle as soon as possible. Roar! Harmon let out a roar. His powerful lung capacity caused the air to vibrate. Dragging his warhammer, he charged forward once again. Every step he took caused the metal floor to rumble as he closed in at an extremely fast speed. Clatter! Facing the charge, Han Zhao did not move. Two compressed orbs fell from his sleeves. The moment they touched the ground, electricity flashed, and the orbs transformed into two humanoid robot soldiers, silently guarding Han Zhao's left and right sides. The robot warriors had bright yellow, white, and black alloy shells. Their four limbs were the same as human beings, and they were 2 meters tall. Their armor was not bulky, but it was not light either. They were at the right size. Their heads were shaped like the beak of a knight's helmet, and on their backs were 2 wing-like propulsion wings. Their palms were 4-fingered, and it was impossible to tell what weapons these 2 robots were equipped with. At the same time, Harmon had already arrived in front of Han Zhao. With a fierce twist of his waist, his door-sized warhammer swung in an arc, sweeping towards Han Zhao from the side. The power behind this strike was clearly much greater than before, causing a violent gale to surge up. Whoosh! Before the hammer arrived, the strong wind already made it difficult for Han Xiao to open his eyes. This hammer attack was obviously meant to send both Han Xiao and the robot flying. If he was hit by this attack, Han Xiao would probably trigger the strength suppression effect, and he would probably be stunned for a short period of time. After all, his strength attribute was not high. Even if his health was extremely tanky, it would not feel good. Han Xiao didn't panic at all. His eyes flashed. "Philip, load the data." Wong. The two deathly still robots shuddered and immediately began to move. Their movements were smooth and natural, without the slightest hint of mechanical stiffness. The robot on the left rapidly extended both hands, causing its mechanical arms to split apart. Numerous mechanical parts extended out, causing the arms to instantly expand by size, transforming into a heavy soldier form. Its palms grabbed the hammer head, and the propellers on its back began to operate at full power, causing chaotic airflow to erupt. Dang! The warhammer was forcibly blocked. In terms of strength, it was actually not suppressed by Harmon. The robot on the other side clasped its arms together, causing a small crack to appear in the middle of its arm guard. It flickered with a faint blue light, sucking in large amounts of air, causing a sharp whistle to ring out. Following which, both of its fists punched out, causing a highly compressed air cannon to shoot out like a hurricane. Harmon's chest felt stuffy, and like a large tree being uprooted by the wind, he was sent flying over 100 meters away, smashing into the wall of the training room. Bang! The wall caved in, causing Harmon's entire body to sink into it. The combat results are not bad. Han Xiao glanced at the two robots on his left and right. In Han Technician's mech legion, other than mechanical beasts, elite machines were also indispensable. In comparison, mechanical beasts were like minions, while elite machines were like mini-bosses. These two robot warriors were one of the elite machines. The elite robot warriors in the Legion were controlled by Philip's large amount of data and could carry out highly complex combat actions. The weapons and armor they were equipped with were all the same. I specially came over to take a look when you were sparring with Harmon, thinking that I would be able to see you in a sorry state. Haluz laughed. Sorry to disappoint you. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Is there anything else? Haluz stopped smiling, coughed, and said, That. I would like to ask when you will fulfill your promise to me. I have promised you many things. Which one are you talking about? Haluz raised his left mechanical arm, his face filled with anticipation. You told me in the past that there was someone in your hometown who could restore my broken arm. Your mechanical prosthetic arm is quite comfortable, but I still miss the original. Oh, about that. Han Xiao suddenly understood. Haluz's arm had been shattered by ashes, and Aurora's Esper ability could heal his disability. Rubbing his brows, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Although Aurora had such an ability, this was a sensitive matter. Aurora was so cute and passionate, so she definitely would not reject his help. The main problem was Hela, who always had a poker face. He did not know if her reaction would be as extreme as before. Chapter 509. The environment in the wilderness was extremely dangerous, and some of the refugees were cowering in their own residences. They would rather suffer the outbreak of the mutation virus than leave the safe house. However, there were also some refugees who did not want to sit around and wait for death. They took the risk of crossing the wilderness to reach the only sanctuary. With Bennett's personality, it was naturally impossible for him to abandon them. Even if the sanctuary was heavily burdened, he would still save as many as he could. Until now, the sanctuary had taken in more than 10 million refugees, and the main city was packed to the brim. Many new satellite cities have been opened outside the city walls to divert the refugees who had come from afar. Because there was an endless stream of refugees, although the production of the suppressant had increased, the supply still could not meet the demand. Thankfully, there were players who maintained the law and order and were willing to work hard. Because of the large number of refugees, Aurora was extremely busy. She played the role of a human radar, constantly identifying the infected among the refugees and did not have any time to rest. At a certain sanctuary checkpoint, more than 1,000 unkempt refugees were being checked here, and fully armed soldiers were maintaining order. The refugees had unease and nervousness in their eyes. The disaster had caused their nerves to be in a tense state at all times. When can we go in? Do you know how many dangers we encountered on the way to the sanctuary? Forget about the body search earlier. Why are we being kept here? Many of the refugees were extremely agitated. Everyone, before entering the sanctuary, we need to conduct a virus check. Please cooperate with us, a guard said loudly. A guard captain said loudly. Although the refugees were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to suppress their impatience. At this time, Aurora walked to the front of the crowd and closed her eyes. She used her ability to sense the life aura of these refugees. After a while, she opened her eyes and said with an apologetic expression, "There are infected people among you. Please follow the guards to the quarantine area." The guards walked into the crowd and pulled out the infected people one by one. This action instantly caused the refugees to explode. "What are you doing? Let go. I'm not infected. Let go of my child." Scram. The emotions of the refugees were like a barrel of gunpowder, and the slightest spark would cause it to explode. Even if the majority of them had intended to listen obediently, a small portion of them took the lead and became agitated. They resisted and charged at the guards. The sounds of cursing, begging, roaring, and falling to the ground were extremely noisy, and the scene was chaotic. During this time of emergency, the guards were very tough in maintaining order. They used punches and kicks to drag the infected out, handcuffed them, and threw them to the side. There were also infected children who were taken away from their parents by the guards, crying nonstop. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The scene fell silent for a moment. A male refugee had an excited expression on his face as he raised a pistol. Smoke was rising from the muzzle as he fired a shot into the sky. The other refugees hurriedly retreated, and there was no one around the gun-wielding man. The guards' expressions changed, and dozens of guns pointed at the man at the same time. "Damn it! What's the matter with the people searching in front? Why did they miss his gun? Put down your weapons. Otherwise, we'll shoot." The captain of the guard shouted. The man with the gun trembled and shouted, Don't be fooled by them. I heard that the infected who were quarantined were actually executed. Don't believe them. You've misunderstood. We do have a way to save her. Don't get too worked up." The captain of the guards comforted the man, but he secretly signaled to the gunner beside him with his eyes. As long as the man's attention was distracted by him, he would immediately shoot and kill him. At this moment, among the infected who were caught, there was a sudden cry of a young child. "Dad!" A 7 or 8-year-old boy broke free from the big hands of the guards and stumbled in front of the gun-wielding man. He grabbed the man's trousers tightly and looked around with his big, frightened eyes. His small body was trembling. The captain of the guards cursed and hurriedly pressed down on the muzzle of his companion's gun. Shooting the father in front of child, not many people were willing to do this. If his child was not there, it would be easier. Think about your child. Please put down your weapons immediately. We do have a way to save her. How do we save her? The gun-wielding man shouted. The captain of the guards explained patiently. We have a drug to suppress the virus. Quarantining the infected is to make it easier to screen the patients and then give them the drug. Then give the drug to my child right now. I want to watch the whole process. The captain of the guards hesitated. The production of the suppressant is limited. The infected in the quarantine area are all waiting in line. It should be your turn in 3 days. I don't have the authority. The gun-wielding man roared and interrupted the captain of the guards. I don't care. Give me the drug immediately, or I will shoot. With that, the gun-wielding man pointed at Aurora, who was looking at them from a distance. He just noticed that Aurora was the person who could distinguish the infected. She seemed to be an important person. He felt that this threat was useful. All the guards were shocked, and their fingers were about to pull the trigger. Don't shoot. She's the only one who can distinguish the infected. Everyone needs her. I don't care. I want the drug. The gun-wielding man's eyes were bloodshot and his emotions were extremely unstable. At this time, a dark red energy protected Aurora. Hela walked out from his side with a cold expression. The gun-wielding man immediately fired, but all the bullets were bounced off by the dark red energy shield. Hela waved her hand, and the dark red energy shot straight to the gun-wielding man's forehead. When Aurora was working, Hela had always been by her side as a guard to prevent any accidental factors from hurting her sister. This shot was fatal. She would not show mercy to anything that threatened her sister's safety. Sister, don't. Hela frowned. The energy that was supposed to explode the gun-wielding man's head changed its course and only broke the gun in his hand. The guards immediately swarmed up and subdued the struggling man. At the same time, they pulled the little boy who was holding his father's trousers and crying to the side. You should let me kill him. Kindness is the natural enemy of survival. You should change. Don't be so childish. Hela was impatient. Aurora smiled and said, No, I know that sister is here. He can't hurt me. He was just impulsive. We shouldn't take his life because of that. We are the ones who save the refugees. My stupid sister. Hela narrowed her eyes. Those bloody memories flashed through her mind. She shook her head and said, Don't be stingy and use the greatest evil to figure out others. Hela walked up to the gun-wielding man and looked down at him. She said coldly, If you don't believe us and don't want to be quarantined, then please leave. We lack everything but refugees. No one will stop you from leaving. Guards, let him and the child go. The guards did as they were told and let go of the man. The man hurriedly picked up his child and glared at Hela. However, he was glared back. Under Hela's murderous gaze, the man's anger slowly subsided. He glanced at everyone, held the child tightly, and walked out with heavy steps. He didn't want the child to be quarantined, so he didn't want to stay. At this moment, Aurora spoke. Please don't leave. The man paused and looked back at the petite Aurora with a surprised expression. Aurora said sincerely, Although we won't stop you from leaving, I strongly suggest that you stay. The wilderness is really too dangerous. You can only be safe in the shelter. Please believe in my sincerity. Then bring the medicine immediately to save my child, the man hurriedly said. However, Aurora shook her head. In order to protect your family, you did not hesitate to take the risk and resist. Believe me, I understand this impulse very well. However, I'm very sorry. We will definitely not give you the inhibitor in advance. This is unfair to others. Causing trouble cannot be exchanged for special treatment. However, I implore you to believe us. As long as you are patient, your child will be saved sooner or later. Kindness was kindness, but she wouldn't allow her emotions to overflow. After experiencing the long darkness, the naivety in her personality had already disappeared. Her words had a reassuring power. The man hesitated. At this time, his son wiped his tears and said, Dad, I believe in her. Let me go to the quarantine area. I will protect myself. The man gritted his teeth and put down the boy. The guard captain stepped forward and held the boy's hand. The man wanted to stop him several times, but in the end, he didn't do it. After this episode, the emotions of this group of refugees also calmed down. They obediently accepted the quarantine and restored order. The two sisters left the station. Because of its large size, the giant bear that waited at the door followed behind Aurora obediently. Hela touched Aurora's head and frowned. Did you forget what I said? It is meaningless to help other people's spiritual comfort. It is selfish of them to ask you to be selfless. Don't show kindness to strangers. They are not qualified to receive your help. Aurora shook off Hela's hand and whispered, Since I have the ability to help others, isn't it selfish to hide it and not use it? Hela coldly said, For others, it is noble. For yourself, it is ugly. Hypocrisy is disgusting. Most of the moral principles are just scams to make people stupid. Uncle Black Star took the initiative to save me in the past. We are people who received help. Don't say that you are unhappy. Aurora giggled. Every time this topic was brought up, Hela was speechless. She solemnly said, In short, this favor, I will definitely return it to him. I don't like to owe others. That being said, Han Xiao had already entered a new level, and his status had changed greatly. Thinking of the first time they met, Han Xiao was just a weak test subject with a pale face and a thin body. He was trained by her, but now he had such achievements. She sometimes wondered if all this was real. Life was too unpredictable. Hela was very conflicted about how to face the current Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not seem to need her power anymore. She did not know how to return this favor. Sometimes, I really can't talk to you. Aurora pretended to be mature and sighed. If sister was not so eccentric, there would be thousands of times more people who would acknowledge you. Humph, so much for people who need others' acknowledgement. Hela frowned. Aurora helplessly shook her head. Although she had always been protected by her sister, she felt that sometimes her sister was the child who had not grown up. At a corner not far away, Han Xiao and Haluz had just arrived. They heard the two sisters' conversation and looked at each other. Go back. I don't think you have a chance. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Haluz was shocked. F***CK, you haven't asked yet. Can't you be more useful? Chapter 510. You heard it too. Even if you're my friend, they might not give you face. Han Xiao shook his head. Aurora was a warm-hearted person, so of course, she was willing to help. However, Hela might not be the same. This little girl had a cold personality and did not like to meddle in other people's business. Furthermore, she was very protective of her younger sister, so she might interfere. Although she owed Han Xiao a favor, with her strong personality, she would not let her sister repay the debt. No way. It's not too much to ask for them to use their Esper abilities. Haluz was anxious. This is because of history. Her sister needs to consume her own life force to use her Esper ability. She had some bad experiences in the past, so her nerves are very sensitive. You promised me. Haluz was unwilling to comply. All right, I'll ask for you. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and walked out to stop the two sisters. The giant white bear's nose twitched as it smelled a familiar scent. Its bean-sized eyes stared at Han Xiao hesitantly, not sure if this was its former owner. Only when Han Xiao waved his hand did it run out happily and roll around in front of Han Xiao, exposing its belly. The ground was covered in dust from its rolling. This bear's been raised by you. Han Xiao scratched the giant bear's chin. It was furry and felt better than Harmon's. In the past, this bear was called Baby Bear. Now that it was a few meters tall, it could not be called Baby Bear anymore. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. Yeah, it grew very fast and has always been by my side. My Esper ability made it full of life force, Aurora said with a smile. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. In that case, the quality of its meat should be very good. The giant bear that was rolling around suddenly froze, and its ears stood up. It sensed that things were not simple. Why are you stopping us? Hela was confused. Han Xiao pulled Haluz out. This is Haluz, my comrade. He was accidentally injured in a battle. If your eyes are good enough, you should be able to notice that he has a mechanical arm. Hela was speechless. Have you been judging other people's eyes by the standards of a blind person? I promised to heal his broken limb. I want Aurora to help me. Don't even think about it. Before Aurora could reply, Hela decisively refused. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. At least pretend to think about it. You know my sister. She can heal other people's injuries, but it will consume her own life force. In this world, I only allow my sister to save one person, and that is you. Hela suddenly paused. She thought for a moment and added, but don't think that our friendship is that good. This is what we owe you. Other than you, we won't save anyone else. Aurora had given her an incomparably exuberant life force. Her cells were constantly reacting by themselves, producing a special life force. Aurora's life force was like a bucket of water, and only a drop of water was needed to heal a serious injury. This consumption was just a drop in the bucket. However, what was being consumed was life force. After all, although Aurora was healthy now, Hela would not allow her to waste her life force because of this. Before Han Xiao could say anything, Aurora interrupted. Sister, this is just a small matter to me. I've always been the one being helped by others. I also want to help Blackstar. No, Hella flatly refused. Sister, don't always make decisions for me. Aurora was helpless. Why don't you want to believe what I've taught you? In this world, kind people get bullied, Hella said angrily. It was like this just now, and it's like this now. When will you learn to be more careful? As long as they're the first time, all the injured people will come to you in the future. Are you going to keep consuming your life force to help? Han Xiao was immediately unhappy. Why did he feel that this woman was indirectly scolding him? Her skin was itching for a beating. Han Xiao had asked Philip to pull up the surveillance video to explain the commotion at the quarantine station. The daily affairs of the fallout shelter were handled by Bennett, and the unimportant ordinary refugees could be dealt with however they wanted. No one could overturn the situation. Han Xiao was not so free as to interfere with such trivial matters. The main thing was to understand the cause of the conflict between the two sisters. In the past, the two sisters were in a difficult situation and relied on each other. Now that they had lived safely for a few years and spent every day together, even if they were relatives whose blood was thicker than water, their personalities could not be completely compatible. There was bound to be friction, just like love that would end sooner or later. Only distance could create beauty. Sister, why do you always overdo it? I will naturally refuse when I don't want to, Aurora said. Furthermore, Uncle Black Star has helped me so much. I want to repay him. If I say no, it means no. Hella glared at Han Xiao and said in a low voice, You're our benefactor. I will definitely repay this favor, but please don't have any ideas about my sister. Han Xiao was speechless. She made it sound like he had some improper thoughts. She was overly protective. Looking at the two sisters arguing, Haluz looked at Han Xiao and said weakly, You're right. There's no chance. Old Haluz, let's go. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, Aurora suddenly raised her voice and sounded very serious. Sister, you can't protect me forever, and I can't always be a child that needs to be protected. I beg you very seriously, don't make decisions for me. No, your thinking is too childish. You don't know how to protect yourself at all. Hella did not buy it. Why do you always want to change me? Aurora was angry for the first time. Her eyes flashed, and she said, What I despise the most is those who don't need help mocking those who are willing to help. Only those who have experienced it know how much they hope for others to lend a helping hand when they're in trouble. I know this feeling very well. When I needed help the most, day and night, I prayed countless times that someone would come and help me. Needles pierced into my veins time and time again. Scalpels cut into my flesh time and time again. But no one came to help. Do you understand that kind of despair? Hella was stunned, and she looked ashamed. It was because of her negligence that Aurora was captured by the Germinal organization and suffered so much. As the sister, she could not help much. It was only because of Han Zhao's sudden help that she saved her sister. Hella always felt that she was a failure as a sister. In the past, Aurora would never talk about her pain in front of her. This was the first time she blamed her. Hella was caught off guard and did not know how to respond. I know that sister is a strong-willed person. In order to not give you pressure, every time I see you, I pretend to be optimistic and cheerful. But do you think it's possible for me to be happy? Aurora said seriously, I've been through a lot of pain. I know how cruel people can be. I know the despair of being in a desperate situation with no one to help. The only thing I can do is to not succumb to the dark environment. I can't be easily changed by the pain and become a twisted person filled with hatred. Believe me, this is even more difficult than enduring the pain of sex. Han Xiao helped me when I was at my most desperate, so I'm willing to help others. She stared into Hella's eyes and said softly, We can't always live in the past. Everyone has to grow. Sister, I love you, but I'm not your toy. I have my own thoughts. I want to be the person I want to be. Hella opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect the two sisters to quarrel. Perhaps the resentment that had been accumulated in the past few years that he wasn't around exploded. Even if they had gone through a lot together, it was impossible for them to continue dating and loving each other. When there were no external enemies, it was inevitable that they would quarrel. This was something that Han Xiao had deeply experienced from his neighbor's discordant husband and wife life in his previous life. However, quarreling wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, they could deepen their understanding of each other and seek common ground while reserving their differences. Han Xiao shook his head. Hell, women. Everyone was silent. Aurora scratched her face embarrassedly. Her strong aura instantly collapsed. She carefully asked, Sister, I'm going to treat him. You've already said so much. What else can I say? Just pretend that you don't have a sister like me. Go, go, Hela said unhappily. Aurora's face lit up, and she gave Hela a hug. Seeing this, Han Xiao brought the few of them to the machinery modification room and dismantled Helu's mechanical arm. Aurora aimed her palm at Helu's broken arm, and a thick golden light shot out from her palm and entered Helu's body. Granulation began to grow on the broken limb, and the itch was unbearable. In the past few years, Aurora had also been developing her Esper ability. She no longer needed to use blood to save people. Instead, she could release the active life energy in her body. On the side, Han Xiao and Hela stood side by side, watching the treatment scene. Suddenly, Hela spoke with a complicated tone. Do you think I'm wrong? Han Xiao turned around and glanced at her. Hela pursed her lips and frowned. She was still brooding over what happened earlier. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their own ambitions. But if you ask me, I think you're more reasonable. This world is very dangerous, and enemies are everywhere. It's rational to play it safe. You actually think that way. Hela had a strange look on her face. Han Xiao had returned from the universe when the planet was in danger. He was such a great person that she thought Han Xiao would support Aurora. Han Xiao shrugged. But if I have to choose, I'd rather be friends with kinder people. If not for Aurora's insistence, his request would have been rejected by Hela. To him, he preferred obedient people. Both sisters had potential. Great Esper abilities were extremely rare. If Hela grew up and reached the height she had in Han Zhao's previous life, she could kill dozens of Alus with one finger. Aurora's healing ability was also very useful. She was like a walking super health potion that could guarantee their lives. As for their opposite personalities, Han Xiao did not mind. As long as they were useful talents, these problems were not important. For example, Ames was very willful, but not many people in the Shattered Star Ring dared to criticize her. Thus, ability was the most important. Not long after, Helu's arm grew out. His skin was very tender. He tried waving it a few times and was pleasantly surprised. Haha, my arm is back. Aurora wiped the sweat off her forehead and happily said, It's good that I can help. Han Xiao patted her head and praised her. Then, he left with Helu's. Helu's was very satisfied with his new arm and was happy all the way. After returning to his room, Han Xiao sent Helu's away, took out his galactic communicator, and opened the Garten Star System's regional channel. Now that the plan to recruit players was on the right track, and he had obtained the energy skills that would lead him to the next level, the next step was to see when Ghidorah's rescue team would arrive. Version 2.0 had been open for half a month. Counting the days, Ghidorah should be arriving soon. The Garden Star System was under Ghidorah's jurisdiction. It was too much of a coincidence for so many civilizations to have a disaster happen at the same time. Ghidorah naturally had their suspicions. The first thing they thought of was their archenemy, Darkstar. They felt that this might be a conspiracy, so they did not act rashly and investigated for a period of time. However, a few hours ago, Han Zhao's communicator received a regional notification regarding this matter. Many galactic media outlets noticed the situation in Ghidorah's jurisdiction and reported on it. Thus, the disaster attracted even more attention, and Ghidorah's media was the most concerned. After all, this was a problem in the jurisdiction of civilization. After a series of reports, more and more Ghidorah citizens learned about the disaster that had befallen their allies. They also realized that their own civilization had not sent out any rescue teams after a long time, and the citizens started to clamor for the leaders to send out rescue teams as soon as possible. After looking at the regional news of the Garden Star System, Han Xiao raised his brows and came to a conclusion. Dark Star has started to move. At this time, Ghidorah had not officially intervened, and the news of the mutation disaster was naturally leaked by Dark Star in the dark. With some people adding fuel to the fire, it created a large-scale impact, making the entire Ghidorah civilization the center of attention. Other than Han Shao, the entire star system thought that this was a sudden and unknown disaster. No one knew that this was Dark Star's scheme. If I'm not wrong, Dark Star's team should be hiding on Blue Star, right? Han Zhao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Chapter 511. This was a land with an extremely high concentration of nuclear radiation. The environment was desolate, and every inch of space was filled with a thick layer of gray. The blue sky was covered with a layer of darkness, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white dust. There was not a single bit of green in sight, and there was no sign of life. At this time, dozens of thin spaceships were parked there, and a group of mixed-blood Ghidorah people wearing galactic combat suits were fiddling with some strange equipment. This vanguard was made up of ordinary Dark Star soldiers, and only the leader was a Grade B. Their mission was to hide, and they did not need to engage in combat. These spaceships were always in stealth mode, blocking all kinds of detection equipment. Han Zhao's fleet had scouted the entire planet, but was unable to find this small team. Dark Star had spent most of their skill points on stealth technology, or else they would have been killed long ago. Dark Star had placed small teams in all the planets where the mutation source was placed, and their mission was to observe the situation at close range. Through special equipment, they would be able to detect the radiation emitted by the mutation source and understand the growth stage of the mutation source. This set of equipment was given to them by the manufacturer of the mutation source, and they were truly a kind intergalactic arms dealer. However, this small team did not know the exact location of the mutation source, and they did not have any intention of searching for it. The orders from the higher-ups were not to interfere. In truth, this small team of Dark Star had already been hiding in Blue Star since a month ago and had not revealed themselves. Through the more advanced virtual technology, they had connected to the satellites of the Six Nations and shared the vision of these eyes. The destruction of this planet by the mutation disaster was seen by them, but they were not concerned about it. It was only until the appearance of Black Star that this small team started to pay attention and sent the news to the headquarters. The upper echelons of Dark Star were paying attention to the progress of the plan. Black Star had once caused them to lose an elder, and he was already an enemy in their eyes. This news surprised the upper echelons, but after a round of discussion, they all felt that the reason Black Star had appeared in Blue Star was not because of them. We've investigated it. Blue Star is Black Star's hometown, and we happen to choose this planet. It should be that the natives of Blue Star have a way to contact Black Star. After the disaster happened, they asked for help from Black Star, which is why the current situation happened. The reason for Black Star's arrival has nothing to do with us. This is a coincidence. Indeed, that's the most logical explanation. We're hiding in the dark, so no one will know that these disasters are part of our plan. Ghidorah's people will soon head to these planets for disaster relief. One more Black Star is just one more rescue team. Blue Star is just one of the planets and will not affect our plan. Although they viewed Han Shao as an enemy, they did not want to alert the enemy at such a crucial moment. Furthermore, after their investigation, they found out that Black Star actually had a Tycoon Gray Blacklight stealth and could escape as he wished. Thus, Dark Star gave up on the idea of attacking him. In their eyes, Han Zhao's appearance was just a coincidence and would not affect the overall situation much. There was no need for them to be too nervous. At this moment, they had to prioritize the mission and not expose themselves. The mutation disaster was the core of Dark Star's plan, but the most important thing was their following actions. They had to wait for the right opportunity. In the next few days, the news about the Garten star system became more and more intense. The advanced civilizations of the other star systems all watched on, but no one wanted to help. Those unlucky planets were under Ghidorah's jurisdiction, and according to the rules of civilization diplomacy, they should be handled by Ghidorah. If the other advanced civilizations did not interfere, no one would blame them. However, if Ghidorah did not help their allies in their jurisdiction, it would be a huge blow. Of course, the disaster relief was not forced, but this would affect Ghidorah's reputation and position in the Shattered Star Ring. The other allied civilizations would reevaluate their relationship with them. As a member of the lawful faction, they still had to follow certain rules. In order to stabilize their ruling position in the Garden Star system and calm the public opinion, Ghidorah would naturally not sit by and do nothing. Spaceships departed from the various military space stations of Ghidorah one after another, heading to different star zones to provide disaster relief. The Six Nations, who had been waiting anxiously, finally received the news that the fleet was about to arrive at Blue Star. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were almost moved to tears. After more than a month, Ghidorah had finally remembered that it was the father. It was finally coming. With Blue Star's technology, they were unable to find the source of the mutation disaster, but they believed that Ghidorah would definitely be able to. With Ghidorah's help, the disaster should be resolved very quickly. While the Six Nations had given in to Han Shao, the position that Ghidorah had established over a long period of time would not be weakened so easily. What Black Star had promised them was the future, but there was no way to resolve the root of the calamity at the moment. Thus, when it came to dealing with the mutation disaster, the Six Nations still trusted Ghidorah more. On the day that Ghidorah informed them of the arrival date, the leaders of the Six Nations brought some of their high-ranking officials to wait at the landing point. They provided the landing coordinates for Ghidorah. This is the first time that the Ghidorah civilization has come on a large scale. We have to welcome them with the highest level of etiquette. Meeting Ghidorah's fleet was a huge matter for the entire civilization. Even though the Six Nations were in a difficult situation and had only managed to restore some order with the help of Han Shao, the Six Nations did not dare to treat their savior carelessly and still prepared a welcoming ceremony. However, the upper echelons of the Six Nations were also very nervous. This was the first time that they had seen an alien fleet, and they were not clear about Ghidorah's culture or the situation in the universe. They were afraid that they would do something that would cause a misunderstanding. On this day, the astronomical organizations of the Six Nations paid close attention to the sky. Their mission was to find traces of Ghidorah's fleet as soon as possible. The afternoon sun was at its brightest, and a fleet coincidentally entered Blue Star's atmosphere. A golden spaceship appeared from the clouds and slowly flew above Blue Star. This image was immediately obtained by the Six Nations. The leaders of the Six Nations were all on high alert and prepared to welcome Ghidorah at the landing point. At this moment, the observer reported, "No, Ghidorah has changed their route. They are not here." What? The officials at the landing point were all shocked and hurriedly shared the image with them. They saw that Ghidorah's fleet did not land at the designated location, but changed their route midway and headed toward the sanctuary. The leaders of the Six Nations were all shocked. The interaction between civilizations should be led by the Six Nations. Furthermore, they were the ones who requested for help. However, Ghidorah had ignored them and ran over to Black Star. They were the true rulers of this planet. They had wanted to personally meet Ghidorah and display the etiquette of the Blue Star civilization, but the actual situation was completely different from what they had imagined. The welcoming ceremony that they had painstakingly prepared was wasted, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations could not help but feel depressed. At the same time, they had a thought. Could it be that to Ghidorah, the entire Blue Star civilization was not as important as a single Black Star? The leaders of the Six Nations felt a sense of humiliation and could not help but think of what Han Shao had said. If they wanted to have a conversation as equals, they had to at least jump out of the level of the natives. The Golden Fleet floated outside the sanctuary, and the players ran out to take a look. Bennett knew that the Six Nations had requested help from Ghidorah, but he did not expect the fleet to come to him. He hurriedly went out to welcome them. Buzz! The bottom of all the spaceships opened up, and yellow gravitational beams shot out, pulling out Ghidorah people one by one. It was like laying eggs. The rescue team slowly landed, and the commander at the front was Nagajan. Outside the walls of the sanctuary, there were many new residential areas. When the guards and refugees saw this scene, their mouths were wide open and their faces were blank. This was the first time they had seen Ghidorah people, and they were both shocked and nervous. They stared at these aliens without blinking. Bennett had seen the Ghidorah people that Han Xiao had captured before. At this moment, he calmed himself down and walked forward to welcome them. Respected friends of Ghidorah, I am Bennett, and I am currently in charge of this sanctuary. On behalf of Blue Star, I welcome all of you here. Thank you for your generous help. This planet needs your help. Nagajin did not deny it, and pointed at the spaceships above the sanctuary. He spoke through the translator with a solemn and dignified expression. What's up with those spaceships? Blue Star was just a native planet, and the Ghidorah soldiers present all had a sense of superiority on their faces. They did not place the natives in their eyes, but there was an interstellar fleet here, and they could not help but feel curious. The reason Ghidorah's fleet had come to the sanctuary was not because they knew that Han Xiao was there, but because they had discovered Han Xiao's fleet. As such, Nagajin changed the route of the fleet and did not land at the coordinates provided by the Six Nations. Instead, they came here to investigate. Nagajin had the strength of a calamity-grade super, and the aura that he unconsciously exuded made Bennett's heart tighten. He subconsciously felt a sense of danger and forgot to speak. At this moment, Han Xiao walked out from the crowd and chuckled. Nagajin, we meet again. It's you. Nagajin's eyes widened, and the solemn expression on his face disappeared. He laughed out loud and quickly walked forward to give Han Xiao a warm hug. The last time they had fought side by side, he had left a deep impression on Nagajin, and he could not forget Han Xiao. At this moment, he recognized him at a glance. Black Star? Ha ha! I didn't expect you to be here too. Compared to his condescending attitude toward the natives of Blue Star, Nagajin's attitude toward Han Xiao was completely different. He hugged and patted Han Xiao's shoulder as though he was an old friend. It was a complete difference in treatment. Hearing this, the troops behind Nagajin were in an uproar. It's actually Black Star, that mercenary who killed a Dark Star Calamity-grade super alongside Nagajin. The arrogance on the faces of the people of Ghidorah was replaced by shock. Looking at the two of them, Bennett was shocked and said in disbelief, You know each other? Didn't I tell you before? I have many friends in the galaxy. Han Xiao let go of Nagajin and said with a smile. Bennett nodded. He had indeed heard Han Xiao mention it before, but he did not know the details. Seeing Han Xiao and the commander of the Ghidorah fleet calling each other brothers, he finally had a direct understanding of Han Xiao's position in the galaxy. You're probably doing better than I thought. Bennett sighed with mixed feelings. Not too long ago, Han Xiao had also sent him an invitation, and he had chosen to stay in Blue Star. Now, the gap between them had become so huge. He had even been frightened by the aura of this commander of Ghidorah. But the other party was extremely friendly toward Han Xiao. Bennett was only disappointed for a moment before he recovered and was secretly happy for Han Xiao. In the distance, the players were whispering, I didn't expect Ghidorah to come to our planet. The officer on the other side seems to be an acquaintance of the captain. I remember in Pork Bun's video that the captain has a good relationship with Ghidorah. He should be the one who called the Ghidorah people over for help. Amazing. The captain is really impressive. Ignorant. Do you think the Black Star Contacts group is called for nothing? Ever since Han Xiao had started to recruit players, the way he was addressed by the players had gradually changed. He was no longer called Black Star, but Captain. Even the players who had not joined the mercenary group liked to call him that. This made the players feel closer to him. Not long after, this name became popular on the forums, and Captain became his new nickname. Because Pork Bun's video had recorded many of the deeds of the Black Star mercenary, the players knew that Han Xiao not only had the background of Floating Dragon, but he also had a good relationship with the various large mercenary groups. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with many civilizations of order. Some people jokingly called it the Black Star Contacts group. Many people found it funny, and those who had watched the video resonated with it. Thus, it quickly became a meme. The information of the players was limited, and they did not know that the mutation disaster was caused by the battle between Ghidorah and Dark Star. They also did not know that the Six Nations had asked Ghidorah for help. Thus, at this time, the players still thought that the Ghidorah fleet was summoned by Han Xiao. As expected of the Black Star Contacts group, Nagajin was happy for a while before remembering his duty. He asked, "By the way, why are you here?" Chapter 512. So that's the case. Nagajin muttered. Ghidorah's rescue team had just arrived, and it was time for them to gather information. Everyone gathered in the conference room, and after 10 minutes, Han Shao introduced the process of the mutation disaster over the past month, as well as the current situation of Blue Star. This allowed Nagajin to understand the situation of Blue Star. Black Star, you should have seen the news. This planet is not the only one that has suffered from such a disaster. The War Bureau and Investigation Bureau have sent out many teams to provide relief. With so many planets suffering from such a disaster, we feel that this matter is extremely suspicious. That is why we sent someone at my level to lead the team. Nagajin said with a deep voice, "You have just told me the theory behind the mutation source, and such biological weapons are not commonly seen. While I do not know where your information came from, I believe that you should know what is going on behind the scenes, right?" Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. In the storyline of his previous life, Ghidorah did not understand the use of the mutation source. Thus, their efficiency in the initial stages of providing relief was very low, giving the mutation source time to grow. Han Zhao's information had helped Ghidorah point out the correct path, and the subsequent effects would definitely increase the overall progress of the mission. At the very least, it would be much better than in his previous life. However, revealing this information had its pros and cons. Now was not the best time to reveal the truth, but he needed Ghidorah to understand a portion of the information before he could carry out his mission. Thus, Nagajin naturally suspected that Han Shao knew more about the truth. As for the fact that the mutation disaster was Dark Star's scheme, Han Shao did not intend to tell Ghidorah everything. There were many reasons for this, but the most important one was that he would not gain much from revealing it now. Furthermore, Dark Star's plan was interconnected, and this was only the beginning. According to the actions of Dark Star in his previous life, even if he told Ghidorah that the mutation source was released by Dark Star, they would still fall for it. That was because when Dark Star's plan was laid out, Ghidorah would realize that it was an open scheme, and it would be useless to guard against it. Although Han Shao understood Dark Star's intentions, he also understood that if he told them everything, it would be unreasonable. Even a diviner would not have such detailed information, and people would suspect that he had a special intelligence channel. In the end, it would only lead to trouble, and the risks would outweigh the benefits. Hence, he did not intend to help Ghidorah see through Dark Star's plan. Instead, he wanted them to fall into his trap. This was in line with his own interests. The reason why Dark Star had bought the mutation source as a tool to create a calamity was because he knew that this was a problem that could not be solved in a short period of time. The only way was to hand over the mutation source in his hands and allow Ghidorah to develop a large-scale antidote. In order to maximize the benefits, he naturally could not hand over the mutation source before the crisis happened. Only when Ghidorah fell for the trap and realized that time was running out would he be able to obtain the greatest benefits. As for the suspicion that would arise if he handed over the mutation source, Han Shao had already planned for this. Back then, during the secret message bead incident, he had dragged Floating Dragon into the water. Furthermore, he had the mutation source in his hands, which could be explained as Floating Dragon secretly opening the secret message bead and keeping the item inside. As such, he had obtained the item and pushed the blame to Floating Dragon. With Ames's position, Dark Star would not dare to offend her, and Ghidorah would not be a busybody. Thus, his risk would be reduced. He might even be able to help Floating Dragon gain the favor of Ghidorah. Han Shao was almost touched by his own thoughts. These thoughts flashed past his mind, and Han Shao did not let anyone see any abnormalities. With a natural expression, he replied to Nagajin, "You misunderstood. You're mistaken. I've seen the power of large-scale biochemical weapons in a job before, so I asked the intelligence organization to collect some information. At the same time, I'm also a member scholar. I've read about similar cases in their database, but I don't know who released this kind of biochemical weapon." After pausing for a while, Han Shao shook his head and said, "However, This matter is indeed strange. If I had to guess, the only one who would do such a thing is your archenemy, Darkstar. Nagajan nodded heavily. I think so too. Darkstar has always been going against us, but they have been keeping a low profile for the past 2 years. They definitely have a bigger plan, but it is a pity that there is no evidence pointing to them. Han Xiao chuckled. With their character, they would probably jump out and admit that this was their doing. Nagajan's expression became troubled. That's right, Darkstar would not care about this at all. In any case, disaster relief is a must. Han Xiao deftly changed the topic, causing Nagajan to suspect Darkstar but not be certain. This was enough. He continued, "We can work together. I arrived a few days earlier than you. In my opinion, the problem we face can be summed up into 2 tasks." Nagajan calmed down and listened carefully. If it was the 6 nations who made the suggestion, he would not accept it and would follow his own plan to provide disaster relief. However, Blackstar was different. This guy had the right to talk to him as an equal, and Nagajan was willing to listen to Han Zhao's opinion. First, save the refugees. I'm already doing this, and there are initial results. However, there are still more than 1 billion people on the planet who are in danger. In places that we cannot see, millions of people die every day. If we do not stop them in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nagajan nodded. This was indeed a top priority. If everyone died, what was there to save? Second, find the source of the disaster and get rid of it once and for all. This will require Ghidorah's help. With Blue Star's technology, they will not be able to deal with this. If we want to get rid of this biological weapon, we will have to create the corresponding antidote. The rescue team would naturally not stay on other planets to provide disaster relief. Their main mission was to research the disaster and find a solution. These 2 suggestions were also Nagajan's plan. He acted quickly and decisively. After the meeting ended, he immediately led the rescue team into action. He left a portion of the researchers in the sanctuary to study the infected and calculate the various parameters when the virus broke out. The rest of them went to meet the 6 nations and contacted the Blue Star government. The rescue team started their work and cooperated with the 6 nations to help them increase the production of the inhibitor. This was the foundation that Han Xiao had laid. If Han Xiao had not shared the inhibitor formula with the 6 nations, the situation would have been completely different. Of course, the 6 nations were in charge of the rescue mission. Ghidorah's rescue team did not have that many people and would not waste their energy on such small details. The 6 nations also raised the public opinion of Ghidorah's help at the right time to restore the confidence of the people. This was extremely effective, and many of the refugees in the wilderness found out that the 6 nations were also a safe place. On the vast land, groups of refugees in tattered clothes were like ants as they advanced toward these places. During the initial stages of the mutation disaster, a large number of people had fled from the cities and did not dare to live in groups. At this time, the refugees in the wilderness made up more than half of the world's population. The wilderness was extremely dangerous, and most of the refugees would die on the way if they were allowed to move on their own. However, the 6 nations were busy stabilizing their internal order and did not have the time to help. The global production of the inhibitor was far from enough to satisfy so many refugees, but they could not give up on them because of this. They had to send people to search for and receive these people. As such, the players entered the line of sight of the rescue team. Han Zhao's mercenary group had a few immortals in the past, and they were Mad Blade and the others. At this time, when Nagajan saw so many immortals, it was impossible for him not to be shocked. However, this situation had been going on for a few years in Blue Star. Although Nagajan found it strange, he only treated it as a unique phenomenon of Blue Star and thought that this group of Inhumans was a special species born in Blue Star. A few years ago, a Ghidorah investigator had come to Blue Star and recorded this situation. However, the conclusion of the investigation was ambiguous and did not receive much attention. At this time, Nagajan felt that there was something strange about this group of Inhumans. While he was helping with the rescue mission, he was also observing them. He realized that the players were a very useful labor force, and try to get in touch with them. In his previous life, Nagajan's Ghidorah faction had attracted countless players to join and lead them into the galaxy. However, now that Han Xiao was in front of them, Nagajan's attraction to the players was very limited. Although the majority of the players were curious about Ghidorah's faction, they favored Han Xiao more. No, it was not only favored, it was to the extent of liking him. Of course, Nagajan did not know that Black Star was a hidden competitor and did not know that Han Xiao had snatched away so many precious things. After knowing that Black Star had recruited many Inhumans, Nagajan did not think too much about it. Han Xiao was from this planet, and these Inhumans were his fellow countrymen. It was extremely normal for them to be willing to follow Black Star. This did not stop Nagajan from giving out missions to the players. What he did not expect was that the players would be so willing to help them. Just as Han Xiao had expected, the Ghidorah rescue team had brought about a change in the currency system. The original Blue Star currency had almost collapsed, and the universal Anas had become widely known. The Sanctuary also had missions that could be done, but compared to Ghidorah's rescue team's missions that rewarded Anas, they were not competitive at all. The players knew that Anas would be the universal currency in the future, so it was obvious which side to choose. The missions given out by the rescue team were limited, causing countless players to fight for them. Furthermore, with Han Xiao's shop whetting their appetite, the players could not wait to earn money to buy equipment. Han Xiao did not give out missions that rewarded Anas to the players. It was impossible for him to use his own money. However, he relied on his relationship with Nagajan and asked him to give out missions with higher rewards in the name of employment. The players who joined the mercenary group could receive these missions. In other words, as long as they joined Black Star, they would be able to receive better missions from Ghidorah Rescue Team. This was Han Xiao's position on the mercenary group's profits. We are not the producers of missions. We are the carriers of missions. Using the mercenary group's connections and reputation to receive missions, they would then give them to the players. This way, the players would have endless missions, and they would then let the players spend them. This was equivalent to letting the players earn money from the NPCs, and the money would then be returned to them. The players were like hardworking bees. This was a circular chain, like a fully automated agricultural harvester. There was no need for Han Xiao to worry about it at all. The players felt the benefits of joining the mercenary group, and the players who had not yet joined became even more eager. There were people discussing on the forums whether they should join Black Star or Ghidorah, and the final conclusion was that the Black Star mercenary faction completely crushed Ghidorah. If they joined Ghidorah, they could only accept missions from that faction. If they joined Black Star, according to Portbun's video, they could accept all kinds of missions. Although the players had not fully understood this point, as long as they entered the galaxy, this would happen sooner or later. Now, just the guesses on the forums had already made the players realize how awesome Black Star faction was. The Black Star faction's connections were not just for show. Han Xiao's plan, since version 1.0, was slowly showing its effects. The Garden Star System's regional news was still reporting on the disaster. Public opinion polls showed that almost all Ghidorah people supported the rescue team's actions. There were also various prayers held by the people, and they sympathized with the fate of their allies. The rescue team's intervention greatly improved Blue Star's situation. After a few days, the number of refugees that were saved reached a new high. Unfortunately, Ghidorah's researchers did not make much progress. They could only start from the infected, and it would be difficult for them to obtain any results in a short period of time. Han Xiao was very sure that Dark Star was paying attention to the disaster relief situation. However, the past few days had been peaceful, and Dark Star had not made any moves. Everyone, including Nagajan, was still in the dark. Only Han Xiao had a sense of crisis. Blue Star's situation seemed to be improving, and it seemed like they would be able to stabilize the situation soon. However, Han Xiao knew that the mutation disaster was not so simple. When the mutation source grew to the next stage, its effects would become even stronger. Those who had been injected with the suppressant would be affected once more, and they would have to increase the dosage by 3 times before they could continue to be immune. The production rate was the greatest limitation, and the more people they saved, the more likely they would have to abandon a portion of them. The conflict that would arise from this was extremely troublesome. Furthermore, the higher the stage of the mutation source's growth, the more its intellect would grow. Its symptoms would no longer be random, and it would start to have a goal. Furthermore, it would not only affect ordinary people, but also some of the weaker supers. As the virus grew, it would gradually be able to affect stronger people. The most frightening thing was that when a mutation source grew to a certain stage, every time it acted up, it would cause a certain amount of damage to the infected person's brain. As time passed, the person's ability to think would gradually deteriorate. Furthermore, when the virus acted up, the person would feel an unprecedented stimulation, and the pleasure would be many times stronger than mating. This was addictive, and the infected person would not even be willing to be injected with the suppressant. Since Han Xiao knew all this, it meant that the storyline in his previous life had already reached such a stage. If the mutation disaster was not resolved, there would only be one path of retreat left: abandon the planet and migrate the survivors. This was the worst outcome, and Sunil was a good example. The treatment of the refugees on the mutation disaster planets might not be any better than Sunil, and the final outcome would be the destruction of their civilization. Currently, the situation had not reached such a stage, but Han Xiao was not as optimistic as the others. While Darkstar had suffered a few setbacks because of him, they were still extremely ferocious. Apart from providing disaster relief, Han Xiao also remembered Hana's request and asked Nagakin to look for clues regarding the portrait of the Godarin, and Nagakin agreed to it without hesitation. However, to his surprise, Nagakin's investigation had yielded results very quickly, and they had locked onto the identity of the Godora person that Hannes had met. And the truth was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 5:13. In the room, Hannes and Bennett sat opposite each other. Han Xiao read the information out loud and passed it to the two of them. This information was given to him by Nagakin. After matching the portraits, Godora's AI quickly locked onto the target in the database. In a galactic civilization, all citizens were recorded in the database. As long as they used this identity to move around, the relevant records would be sent back to the database. High-level civilizations did not only store information in the database. The database was only the biggest backup. Other than that, when the information was transmitted, it would pass through some individual information nodes and automatically make secret backups, forming a data chain. Even if the main database failed, all the information would not be lost and could be retrieved from other nodes at any time. The information about the identity of citizen was naturally confidential, but with Nagakin's position, moving the database was just a matter of saying a word. According to the rules, the file could not be viewed by outsiders, but the rules were dead. Nagakin wanted to be on good terms with Black Star. If he only wanted this kind of simple information, the upper echelons would turn a blind eye. After all, with power came privilege. Of course, Nagakin asked Han Xiao why he wanted to investigate this person, and Han Xiao did not hide it. He said that a friend met a stranger from Godora on Blue Star. As for Hana's speculation, there was no need to reveal it. It's him. Hannes carefully looked at the portrait on the file and confirmed that this Angeli was the mysterious Godora person he met on Blue Star. However, the person in the file looked much younger. He could not help but ask, how old is this person? According to the year of birth, Angeli is already more than 90 years old. The lifespan of a Godora person is about 1.5 times longer than yours. However, this is rarely calculated in the universe because of the existence of the hibernation pods, which can greatly slow down aging. According to the file, there has been no record of Angelo's activities since decades ago, which means that he hasn't used his own identity during this period of time. When you met him, he was already in the life-threatening cabin. Perhaps he has already been in Blue Star for a long time, Han Xiao muttered. He glanced at the file again with a thoughtful expression on his face. This file could be considered rather detailed, and there was basically a record of Angeli's life from the moment he was born to the moment he disappeared. What surprised Han Xiao was that this file was far too ordinary, and it looked just like an ordinary galactic citizen. With the productivity of Godora, most of the citizens did not need to work anymore. This was also a common problem in most advanced civilizations. He would not starve to death even if he did not earn enough money. Of course, he would not have a good life. Angeli left the mother planet for this reason. The standard of living on the mother planet was generally relatively high. Although the civilization could provide for idlers, it was limited to the lowest level of living standards. If one wanted good things, they naturally had to work to earn money, and the price and social atmosphere of each planet would naturally eliminate those who did not work. The colonial planet of Godin was a very marginal territory. It was not valued and was relatively backward. If the colonial planets of Godora were to be divided into several echelons, then Godin would definitely belong to the worst echelon. It was basically the galactic version of slums. Bennett frowned. Does the war in Blue Star really have anything to do with him? Although he did not understand the situation in the galaxy, he still had basic judgment. Not only Han Xiao, but even he felt that this was a normal person's file. There did not seem to be anything special about it. It's hard to say. We don't know which organization he belongs to. Han Xiao shook his head. Now, there are new clues. First, according to this activity record, get someone to go to Godin and investigate. Second, get the Six Nations to hand over the life capsules that they seized. I'll check the product number and be able to find the seller. We'll continue the investigation. Okay, in short, everything depends on you. Hannes nodded solemnly. I'll talk to the Six Nations, Hannes said. He would convey Han Zhao's message, and the Six Nations would naturally not reject it. He felt that this was the only thing he could do. Bennett was also a legendary figure from the 100 Nations War. He was also very curious about the reason why Blue Star had become like this. Han Xiao nodded. He took out his communicator and flipped through the contact list. Thousands of names flashed by, and he chose a mercenary from the Sky Ring Army to contact. This person was a comrade from a previous mercenary mission. After the call was connected, the other party's tone was friendly. Han Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries and asked for help. He sent Angelo's information over, and the other party agreed to check it out. As the Godin colonial planet was rather far away, Han Xiao had things to do in Blue Star and was not prepared to let his mercenaries leave. Thus, he used his connections to hire a business partner to help him check. Sky Ring had many businesses, and their investigation efficiency was much higher. 2 days later, the Six Nations sent the life-threatening pods over. Han Xiao hacked into the system and easily obtained the product number. Not only that, he also realized that the life-threatening pods had the ability to connect to the internet. With his current skills, he was able to hack into the account very quickly. The records inside were all entertainment activities, and there was nothing valuable. He treated it as a new clue and sent it to the Sky Ring mercenaries. After which, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. He had already done what he needed to do, and these are the only clues he had. He only needed to wait for the progress on Sky Ring's side. The situation on planet Aquamarine was slowly stabilizing. Because Godora knew about the effects of the mutation source in advance, they did not take the wrong path like in his previous life. More and more refugees were saved, and the number of shelters increased rapidly. The area covered by the buildings expanded outwards, and while they were all simple houses for refugees, they gradually grew to the size of a city. The shelters had their own names on them, so the refugees would remember them. The number of refugees continued to increase. Although the mutation virus would break out again in the next stage, gathering the refugees together would make it easier to suppress the virus. Even if they did not have enough suppressants, they would be able to subdue the virus with brute force. The number of casualties would be lower than in his previous life, but the pressure on manpower would increase. Even if he knew about the possible future from Han Xiao, Bennett still had to save people. Nagajan's rescue team, the players, the sanctuary, and the Six Nations were all busy. During this period, there were a few wild beasts that attacked them, but they were all easily defeated. Han Xiao was constantly recruiting players, and some of the players who had earned enough anas started to shop in the faction store. However, there were not many of them. After all, the mission rewards from Godora were meager, and these purchases did not even add up to 10,000 anas. It was far from enough to repay Han Zhao's debt. However, he was not in a hurry at all. This was just the beginning. Han Zhao had always insisted on the principle of mutual prosperity. Only when the wallets of the players were full would the purchasing power of the market increase. As for making the players rich, it was impossible for him to think about it in the short term. After all, it was not easy for the players to earn money. Blue Star was not a problem for the time being. At least, before Dark Star made a move, there would not be any problems. Han Zhao was more concerned about the other planets that were affected by the mutation disaster. The situation of the disaster was broadcasted in the Garden Star system through the news, and the people of Ghidorah were still praying and supporting the rescue team. However, there were some different voices that appeared. So many planets are experiencing disasters, and the symptoms are all similar. This is too much of a coincidence. It is definitely not that simple. I heard some rumors. Some people said that Ghidorah actually set up experimental bases to develop weapons on these planets. They accidentally failed the experiment, and the weapons were leaked, resulting in the disaster. If they wanted to experiment, why didn't they find an uninhabited planet? Why would they take the risk to experiment with weapons on the planets of their allies? Indeed, this saying is too stupid. One look, and you can tell that it is fake. Not necessarily. If it is a biological weapon, they need to use life to experiment. You are thinking too much. It is probably the doing of Dark Star. They have a history of attacking low-grade civilizations in the Garden Star system and finding trouble for Ghidorah. If Ghidorah is purposely pushing this matter to Dark Star, then such an enemy is a natural shield. How is that possible? This is simply nonsense. They will have to take responsibility in the future. On Ghidorah's network, some of the citizens started to make all sorts of guesses. Compared to proper disaster relief, many of them preferred to make unorthodox guesses. They enjoyed the excitement brought about by such discussions, but not many people actually believed them. As for the disaster, there were also new rumors that were spreading. I have a friend who is a member of the disaster relief team. It appeared. I have a friend. Annoying, stop messing around. Anyway, he said that the disaster is too strange and that the higher-ups are completely helpless. There is no way to eradicate it, and in the end, it is very likely that they will have to migrate their civilization and take in the refugees. That can't be. There are so many planets and too many people. Migrating so many people is a huge project. I'm afraid that the higher-ups will let the refugees live on our colonized planets temporarily. How can that be? I don't want to live with those natives. That's right. They could go to other places and explore uninhabited planets. Why would they come to our territory and occupy our resources? Actually, if it is temporary, we can tolerate it. I'm just afraid that they will not be willing to leave. Why don't they just open up a new, uninhabited planet and throw the refugees there to fend for themselves? Anyway, it is fine as long as they do not come to Ghidorah. Yes, disaster relief is enough. There is no need to take responsibility for them. These different opinions were just wishful thinking, and there was no evidence. Thus, they were like waves floating in the surging river, instantly drowning in countless messages. However, in the public opinion polls, the support for disaster relief seemed to have rebounded and decreased a little. These different opinions seemed to have appeared naturally, but there were no signs before this. It was as if something was deliberately brewing in the dark. Garden Star System, Ghidorah's jurisdiction, colony planet Garden. This was an earthy, gray planet. Its color was dark, and it quietly floated in the dark universe. Looking down from outer space, the city on the surface was orderly. Although it was a relatively poor colonized planet, the city planning was not dirty and messy. However, compared to the golden splendor of other prosperous colonized planets, Godin was a little gray. There were not as many golden buildings. Golden was Ghidorah's favorite color. This situation was because part of Godin's city construction had been outsourced to the Galactic Construction Team. Thus, it did not look like Ghidorah. The citizens of Ghidorah who lived here were naturally people who were not willing to work. There was no wind, and the clouds seemed to be stagnant in the sky. At night, the artificial moon emitted a bright, but not gentle radiance. The many buildings were coated with a layer of silver-white paint. The residential buildings were hundreds of meters tall, and all the windows were basically lit. At first glance, there seemed to be a warmth of thousands of lights. However, if one understood the reason, they would know that this was because the citizens of Godora were not willing to work and loved to stay at home. Thus, there were not many hover cars on the streets, and there were almost no pedestrians using public flying runes. There were only cleaning robots patrolling slowly, their wheels rolling over the ground, making a rustling sound. Although the streets were clean, it was cold and cheerless, and there was a sense of dejection. Chapter 514. His name was Ketan, and he was the owner of this house. He used to work for the Godora Investigation Bureau. However, he was fired due to his negligence and was imprisoned for many years. After he was released, he moved to the colonial planet Godin and had been living there ever since. The other two were his friends. Of course, I've heard about it. The television is always talking about how many low-level civilizations have met with disasters. The other person shook his head. It has nothing to do with us. Why are you talking about this? Are you trying to steal a card when I'm not paying attention? Scram. Ketan was not in a good mood. He then lowered his voice and said softly, "Do you still remember what I told you?" "Which one?" "What happened when I was still working for the Investigation Bureau." "Heh, you've bragged about it a few hundred times. We're tired of hearing it." Ketan laughed. "Do you know that planet is also on the list of disasters? I don't know what it has become over the years. I want to go back and take a look." "How about it? Do you want to come along?" "Are you sure? That planet isn't safe now. The older I get, the more I want to see my past achievements." Ketan laughed. "Furthermore, my old friend has always been there. He can guide us and guide us. Furthermore, the disaster relief team is there too. We can pretend to be visitors or volunteer to help the disaster relief." The two of them were surprised when they heard this. "It can't be. He's still on a primitive planet? Won't he be bored to death? Are you stupid? His cockpit can be connected to the internet. I've always been in contact with him." Ketan rubbed his hands excitedly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The three of them jumped in fright. "It's already so late. Who's looking for me?" Ketan was puzzled. He walked to the door and looked through the peephole. There were a few people he did not recognize outside the door. They were wearing combat uniforms with a circular pattern in the center of their chest. He seemed to have seen this symbol somewhere before. Opening the small window on the door, Ketan revealed his face and asked cautiously, "Who are you looking for?" The man sized Kieran up and asked, "Are you Golden Midland?" Strange. How did this group of people know my username? Ketan felt that something was wrong and denied it. Just as he was about to close the window, the person outside the door suddenly raised a laser pistol and aimed it at Ketan's forehead. Ketan's entire body stiffened, and he did not dare to move. His legs trembled uncontrollably, thinking that the other party was going to rob him. Before he could even beg for mercy, he heard the other party's next sentence, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Do you remember Anjali?" I don't know." Ketan's eyes widened as his lips trembled. At this moment, his panic was completely different from before. It was as if this name carried a terrifying curse. The person outside the door tilted his head. "It doesn't matter if you don't know him. If you don't want to suffer, come with me." Where are we going?" "Black Star wants to see you." Several days later, the Sky Ring mercenary group's spaceship was quietly waiting outside the atmosphere of Blue Star. Han Xiao was piloting the Blacklight stealth. He saw the other party from afar and approached to dock. Only Hannes and Bennett were in the cockpit. This was the first time they had taken a spaceship into space. They looked at the scenery outside in a daze. This was the first time they had experienced such a novel experience. From the ground to outer space, it only took a few seconds. Before they could react, they had already flown into space. Han Xiao told the others to stay on the ground. This trip was just a handover, and there was no need to make a big fuss. Skyring's progress was gratifying. They had followed the clues he had given them and found Anjali's friend. He seemed to be called Ketan, and they seemed to know Anjali's background. They had spent a lot of effort to bring Ketan out. The spaceship docked, and the hatch opened. A few Sky Ring mercenaries escorted Kedin to meet with Han Zhao's group. After greeting each other, Han Xiao looked at Kedin. At this time, this god aura person had a panicked expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with fear. Don't be afraid. I just want you to tell me some information. Han Xiao took out Angeli's portrait and said, You know this person, right? Kedin shook his head like a rattle drum. The Sky Ring mercenary interrupted. I gave him a lie detector. He's lying. Since you're so scared, you probably know some inside information. Then I'll ask you directly. Are you related to Blue Star's war in the past? Han Zhao's eyebrows jumped. He might have caught the culprit. No, I've never heard of Blue Star before. You got the wrong person. Kedin's teeth were chattering. Of course, no one believed him. Han Xiao took out a fingernail-sized metal plate and placed it on Kedin's neck. He then activated it with his mechanical force. Kedin's entire body trembled violently, and his eyes rolled back. He fell to the ground, twitching nonstop, and lost control of his bladder. Let me introduce it. Han Xiao pointed at the metal plate and said, When this little cutie is activated, it will release a high voltage. If you like this feeling, then never open your mouth and slowly enjoy it. The electrotherapy was a violent interrogation. Kedin's attributes popped up on the interface. He was just an ordinary person, not a super. Kedin was like a fish on land. He was electrocuted to the point that he kept jumping around. A few minutes later, he begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. He promised to tell them everything he knew, just so that he would not be tortured. Everyone lifted Kedin up and placed him on a chair to let him rest. They also put a lie detector on him. Kedin's hands and feet were still trembling. He looked at Han Xiao with a guilty conscience and began to speak. I used to be a low-level member of Ghidorah's investigation department. That was a few decades ago. At that time, Ghidorah had just discovered the Blue Star civilization. A low-level civilization that was still on the surface would normally be observed. My job was to observe the development of this new civilization for a long period of time before making an assessment and submitting it to the War Bureau or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This job was very easy, but it was also very boring. Get to the point. What is your relationship with the Blue Star civilization? Hannes asked. Kedin's lips trembled, and he said in a low voice, That was my doing. I used my position to find someone to go to Blue Star civilization and let him start the war in secret. It is indeed related to Ghidorah. Hannes was furious. Bennett also stood up with a sullen expression. How exactly did you do it? Han Xiao felt that it was a little strange. Kedin explained at once. He pretended to be a guest from a high-leveled civilization and contacted some countries privately, making some false promises or emphasizing some theories. In any case, the words of a high-leveled civilization were easily accepted by the indigenous civilizations. Then, he secretly fanned the flames. During this period, he also met some people with bad intentions, but the disguised emissary had an invisible spaceship, so he was not afraid at all. At that time, Blue Star had just found out about the existence of a high-leveled civilization in the galaxy. It was a time when the world was in chaos. If things continued to develop naturally, there might be a chance for things to stabilize again. Furthermore, the various countries would deepen their cooperation and enter the new era peacefully. This was the most logical thing to do. However, at such a time, there were aliens secretly fanning the flames and intensifying the conflicts. As long as the flames of war were ignited, it would spread like wildfire. Even countries that did not want to go to war would be dragged into the whirlpool and unable to stay out of it. In the end, Blue Star broke out into a great war of the old era, and only 6 countries were left. The theory of internal friction was the source, but more importantly, the emissary from a high-leveled civilization led the development of the civilization to the path of war. Most of the records of the emissary were destroyed. Hannes had already guessed this before, and now that his guess was confirmed, he was furious. Bennett was the same. There were people who had experienced a great war, and at this moment, they felt a chill down their spines. The civilization that was helping Blue Star was the mastermind behind the plot against them in the past. Why would a galactic civilization do such a thing? Were they trying to swallow up Blue Star? Or were they trying to get rid of an enemy with potential? What about Angelo? Han Xiao asked with a frown. He and I have been friends since we were young. We used to go to school together, but my results were excellent, so I got into a school under the Investigation Bureau. After that, he moved away from his mother planet, and we did not meet for a period of time. However, our relationship is still very good, so I found him to cooperate. He pretended to be an emissary while I stayed at my post to cover for him. Han Xiao was about to nod, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Why is Angelo the one pretending to be an emissary? He's just an ordinary citizen." He found something suspicious. If this was done by Ghidorah, they would have definitely sent professionals. Why would they choose Angelo? Could it be that Angelo had another identity? Chapter 5:15. The more Han Xiao listened, the more confused he became. What do you mean? Wasn't it Ghidorah who asked you to do this? Kedin was stunned for a moment and realized that this group of people had misunderstood something. He hesitated, but then he remembered that the other party had the ability to detect lies. His face turned pale, and he said softly, "No, this has nothing to do with Ghidorah. This is my personal plan." Hannes and Bennett, who were filled with righteous indignation, were suddenly stunned. I have such authority in my hands, and my daily work is too boring. One day, when I saw the situation of the Blue Star civilization, I suddenly thought of using the Blue Star civilization as a sandbox and playing with this planet. After all, it is a native civilization, and it is very easy to fool them. Furthermore, there is no risk, because the upper echelons do not care about the internal conflicts of low-level civilizations. I wanted to start a war and watch you guys fight because of it. I felt that this would be very interesting. I thought of it, so I did it. Angelo cooperated with me, but he chose to stay in Blue Star. He felt that returning to Ghidorah would be meaningless, so he would rather stay on a native planet and personally witness the effects that he had caused on this planet. He felt that this matter was very interesting. After Kedin finished speaking, everyone became silent. The lie detector did not sound any alarm, which meant that everything was true. Hannes and Bennett opened their eyes wide in disbelief. This was not the plan of the Ghidorah civilization. Was it just because it was interesting? Impossible. Hannes lost his composure. You were just an ordinary person. If Ghidorah did not interfere, how could two ordinary people do such a thing? Kedin shrunk his head and said softly, "Actually, it is quite simple. No one suspected that the emissary was fake because we are really Ghidorah people." Hannes was stunned. He had thought that two ordinary people would not be able to cause a war to break out on Blue Star. But at this moment, he was speechless. That's right, they were all Ghidorah people. That was enough, because Ghidorah's civilization was advanced. Ghidorah's people were also advanced. Who would suspect that? Bennett's face was ice cold as he grabbed Kedin by the collar. Countless people from Blue Star had died because of the war, and the reason was that this Ghidorah person in front of him thought that it was fun. However, looking at Kedin's panicked, but not guilty expression, Bennett swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At that time, in the eyes of this Ghidorah, the Blue Star civilization was like an ant's nest. How could playing with ants be a sin? Han Xiao had a strange expression on his face. He felt that it was ridiculous. He had thought that the internal strife of Blue Star was because there was an organization plotting in the dark, but the truth was out of his expectations. There was no organization plotting against the weak Blue Star civilization at that time. The real reason was that an audacious outsider suddenly had a wicked idea. There was no conspiracy, no trickery, it was that simple. A small Ghidorah person was bored and started a war for fun. After watching the show, he pretended that nothing had happened. In the end, due to the convenience of his position and the fact that Ghidorah's civilization did not value Blue Star, this matter was kept secret for decades. As for Angeli, he was a loser who could not survive in his own society. He purposely bullied the weak and stirred up trouble. He saw it as a form of entertainment, looking for a sense of superiority on an aboriginal planet. The two of them relied on their golden skin. The matter was that simple. It was extremely absurd, but it was so real that it was tragic. Because they were weak, they were reduced to playthings. This made Han Xiao feel like a woman from a good family being molested by a little brat who relied on his family's power and influence, unable to resist. To the Blue Star civilization, this was like an unexpected disaster, an unexpected disaster. Although he did not have any special feelings for Blue Star, he was not someone who would be affected by emotions. At this time, he was indeed a little angry. It was not toward Ghidorah. In this matter, perhaps the crime of Ghidorah's civilization was that they were too strong, so strong that their citizens were too superior. This is ridiculous. Han Xiao let out a breath of turbid air. His mood was complicated. Even when the interface showed that the hidden Grade A mission had been completed, he was not in the mood to check it immediately. The Sky Ring mercenaries left, but Kedon was left behind. After knocking him out, he was locked in a cage. Han Xiao handed him over to Bennett. Hannes and Bennett found it hard to accept this fact. The changes of Blue Star over the past few decades. In the face of this ridiculous reason, all of the suffering seemed to have become meaningless. An entire civilization was being toyed with by two aliens. It was like a joke. This planet could have been a better place. Since things have already come to this, don't think too much. If this is the truth, you have to believe it even if you don't want to. Han Xiao shook his head. Bennett lowered his head and thought about something. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at Han Xiao seriously. When you were negotiating with the Six Nations, I did not interrupt, but I thought that you were ambitious at that time. Although I did not say anything, I did hold a grudge against you, but I was wrong. Bennett clenched his fists. Only now do I understand your good intentions. Being weak is a sin. You went to the universe not only to deal with the disaster, but also to fight for a future for Blue Star. You are greater than me. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Since when did he have such thoughts? Could it be that the higher the favorability, the stronger the imagination? If not for you, this planet would have been kept in the dark forever. I thank you on behalf of the entire Blue Star. Bennett bowed deeply and did not get up. Hearing this, Hannes stood up and bowed as well. Don't be like this. You guys are making me feel like I'm a good person. Han Xiao had a helpless expression. Everything he did was for the sake of profit. It was just that his actions that extended from profit had led to some good results. However, he had never thought of himself as a good person. Just like now, he had already started to think about how to use Kedon's value. At the same time, in Black Phantom's sanctuary, the players came and went, and they were still active in the front lines of the disaster relief. In the arena, not far from the square, the Black Star mercenaries started a new round of selections. The sounds of fighting and shouting could be heard from afar. Many of the refugees who had been injected with the suppressants had hope for life again. Although they were in the midst of a disaster, the sanctuary was brimming with vitality. In the sky, a few Ghidorah disaster relief team spaceships were floating. Nagajan looked through the porthole at the arena below and thought about something. His adjutant stood at the side and observed his expression. Your Excellency Nagajan, what do you think of these Inhumans? They have great potential. Nagajan nodded slowly. After these few days of observation, he had deeply felt the potential of the players. He had paid a little attention to them at the beginning, but now he paid a lot of attention to them. With the unexpected surprise of the Inhumans, Nagajan felt that the goal of this trip was no longer just disaster relief. Although they were helping Blue Star with the disaster relief, it did not mean that Ghidorah cared much about a low-level civilization. It was just the influence of public opinion and their identity. However, in Nagajan's eyes, the Inhumans seemed to be able to bring them greater benefits. There are a lot of Inhumans. There are about 1 million of them in the entire Blue Star. With so many supers and the potential to grow, they are a force to be reckoned with no matter where they are, the adjutant said. That's right. Maybe we should have a deeper interaction with the Inhumans. They are worth roping in. What do you want to do? Send out a recruitment notice to them. Just like Black Star, our Ghidorah should be more competitive than a mercenary group. Nagakin made a decision. He respected Black Star's strength, but with such a large amount of super resources in front of him, for the benefit of the civilization, he could not sit back and do nothing. He also wanted a share of the pie. Chapter 516. Kedin was a citizen of Godora, and there was a small risk involved in this kidnapping. Thankfully, Kedin only lived on the fringes of society on colony planet Godin, and the Sky Ring mercenaries spent some effort to bring him over. However, according to them, there were 2 other people present at the scene, and there were many loopholes in this matter. After all, it was not Han Xiao who personally led this operation. There was a risk involved, and even if it was a shut-in who did not work, Godora would still protect their citizens. However, Han Xiao would not release Kedin, although Kedin's actions were against the law in Godora, and he would be convicted if he was released. Godora would not compensate Blue Star for this. However, in the interstellar era, the movement between planets was extremely fast, and many citizens did not live on colony planet Godin. Instead, they would take spaceships to other star systems. The huge population and complex distribution of the population resulted in more freedom in the administration of law and order. It was a small matter for a citizen living on the fringes of the colony planet Godin to be kidnapped. The local law and order department did not have the manpower to pursue this matter into the universe, and the efficiency was not high. As long as Godora could not find Kedin, this kidnapping would be left unsolved. After all, it was just a case of an ordinary person going missing, and it was impossible for them to invest a huge amount of resources to search for him. If they could not find him for a period of time, it would become an unsolved case. The Sky Ring mercenaries had activated stealth on the way, and it was difficult to track them after they jumped. At the end of the day, they were not teammates, and Han Xiao was very gratified. "You remind me of my hometown." Rista's voice suddenly sounded from the cockpit. "It's very tragic, isn't it?" Han Xiao shook his head. "At least there's still hope." After saying that, Rista fell silent again. He had always been in the blacklight stealth, controlling the spaceship, and did not like to show his face. Rista allowed Han Xiao to use his body and was very cooperative. Han Xiao also did not let Philip control the spaceship. In terms of artificial intelligence, Rista was naturally much better than Philip. After all, he was an AI life form. The blacklight stealth landed in the sanctuary, and Han Xiao instructed Bennett not to kill Ken for the time, being before he went about his own business. As usual, he inspected the situation of the recruitment and checked on Sylvia's homework. Then, he returned to his residence and checked the quest reward. 8 million EXP, 1 chance of a random reward, which he had not used yet. In addition, he was also rewarded with 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. High difficulty quests would reward some attribute points. The best reward was naturally the Medal of Honor, which increased all attributes by 3%. You have gained. This thing was the same as the character summon card. It would take effect immediately on the interface. He still had the Medal of Honor from the Germinal Organization mission. It had the same effect, but only 1 could be used at a time. Only by collecting 3 Medals of Honor would he be able to exchange them for a special badge that increased all attributes by 12%. After looking at the rewards, Han Xiao opened his status window. Today was a good day. He had finally finished practicing Harmon's energy training technique, and his energy had broken through the 9,000 mark. He had finally entered the next level and obtained a new bonus. Energy attribute. Increases machinery affinity. Energy plus 18 STR plus 25 DX plus 28 END plus 32 INT plus 22 MYS plus 3,400 maximum stamina plus 25% machinery affinity. Just this level of attributes alone increased his energy points bonus by almost a third. The higher his energy points were, the more significant the bonus would be for each level. The class advancement mission had been completed, and the class advancement requirement was to choose a specialization from the 3 branches of large machinery, micro machinery, and virtual technology. The method was to max out the relevant high-end knowledge. Han Xiao had not bought any of the 3 branches of armed, energy, and control. However, he was planning to choose the virtual technology specialization, so it did not affect him much. Virtual technology was mainly used for infiltration, defense, and so on. It was very powerful in battles between mechanics. It could basically be summed up as what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Even if it did not infiltrate, it could prevent other mechanics from taking away their machinery. Furthermore, virtual technology and the army style complemented each other. The stronger one was, the larger the army one could control, and the further the range. In the galaxy, he was not the only one who could build a mech army. If one was good at virtual technology, they would be able to counter the army style to a certain extent. Virtual technology also had its weaknesses. When facing opponents other than the mechanic class, it was not as strong as the large machinery and micro-machinery paths. After all, the strength of these two paths was very obvious. Their combat power was on the table, and it was nothing more than stacking up the attributes of the machinery. He had played these two paths in his previous life, and the machinery he created was even stronger. He just had to close his eyes and leave it all up to fate. Of course, this was an exaggeration. The experts of these two branches still had to operate the battle. Only those who did not want to operate the battle would be able to do it. In his previous life, the majority of players had chosen these two paths because the difficulty of the virtual technology branch was too high. More importantly, even if one did not choose the army style, the large machinery and micro-machinery paths also had many strong battle strategies. However, the virtual technology branch was most suitable for the army style. Players preferred battle strategies that were more economical. After all, it was not easy to earn money. Was the army style something that poor people could play? From Han Zhao's experience, the virtual technology branch was the best. Although it did not have as obvious an advantage as the other two paths, the virtual technology branch was very stable in actual combat. It had advantages in internal battles, and it was definitely not weak when facing opponents of other classes. After all, he was still a mechanic, and his foundation was still there. Han Zhao did not pursue the maximum attributes of single machine. If he did not have enough quality, he could make up for it with quantity. With a huge market of players, he was not worried about the cost. Compared to strengthening his strengths, he preferred to make up for his weaknesses. As long as he had enough experience, he could even raise the level of his blueprints and manufacturing skills very high. This way, even the quality of his machinery would not be much worse than the other two paths. Furthermore, he had a more personal reason for choosing the virtual technology branch. You have completed the LV-120 promotion. Yin bonus increased. 1 yin equals 65 HP equals 75 stamina. At this level of promotion, the amount of HP converted from yin is much higher. At the start, every promotion would increase the HP conversion by 5 points. After the first race evolution, every promotion would increase the HP conversion by 10 points. Now, it has increased by 15 points. Previously, the HP conversion rate was 150, but now it is 165. You have reached LV5 max. Class promotion successful. You have received a new class. Plus 150 energy, plus 3 DX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have learned a new skill. 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 You have learned a new talent. The new talents were basically all skills that strengthened the virtual technology branch, such as hacking calculations, artificial intelligence defense, and network defense. They were the core of this branch. It slightly increased the overall attributes of an independent machine. The skill introduction was excellent intelligent system, improves machine efficiency. The former was to reduce the cost of production, while the latter was to increase the production speed. The virtual technology branch was the most suitable for the army style. This was the core skill of the mechanic class, and the effect when it was raised to the max level was plus 60% machinery affinity. As for the new talent, it gave him an additional bonus to the virtual technology branch, similar to that effect. Because this was a class advancement that confirmed his specialization, he learned more skills than before. These skills were even more important than simply leveling up. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao directly leveled up all these skills to the maximum level, hoping to obtain the strongest effect. In the past few days, he had obtained more than 3 billion experience points from the players by teaching them skills. Raising all of these advanced skills to the max level burned through more than 1 billion experience points. The investment was worth it, and the effect was obvious. His combat power had increased by more than 800 ona. After reaching the advanced level, the increase in combat power from the skills even exceeded the effect of leveling up. He still had 2 billion experience points left. At this level, the cost of leveling up his main class was also extremely high. Similarly, the experience reward from the missions that the players came in contact with would also increase, but it would still take a long time to accumulate. Only Han Xiao could accumulate such a large amount of experience points in such a short time. All of the experience points were invested into leveling up, and his main class leveled up 4 times. The remaining experience points could be used to level up one more time. However, Han Xiao stopped and did not continue to level up his main class. Instead, he used the remaining experience points to level up his secondary class from LV 5 to the max level of LV 10. In the end, he still had more than 100 million experience points left, which was not enough to level up anymore. The cost of leveling up his secondary class would increase along with his overall level, but it was still much lower than leveling up his main class. This attribute class was somewhat useful, as it gave him another 50 intelligence and 5 potential points. After leveling up to LV 5, the total bonus was 15 dexterity, 15 endurance, 30 intelligence, 30 free attribute points, and 5 potential points. All of the free attribute points were thrown into intelligence as usual. Energy boiled in his body. Enduring the discomfort, Han Xiao carefully looked at his attributes that had greatly changed. Level 130 main class, mechanic race, void prowler, human form. 181 STR, 401 DX, 361 END, 1110 INT, 124 MYS, 41 C Che, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 49 health, 37824 stamina, 37995 energy, 9 770 LV, 10 energy bonus, plus 71 STR, plus 97 DX, plus 108 END, plus 122 INT, plus 77 MYS, plus 10920 stamina limit, plus 85% machinery affinity energy rank, 8,945 on a grade. B plus He. This remark is quite naughty. Level 130, close to 9,000 combat power. If I calculate, as long as I reach LV 140 and complete the promotion, I will officially enter grade A and have the destructive power of a calamity. Han Xiao calculated in his mind. Although he leveled up quickly, he did not fall behind in terms of skill levels. Furthermore, most of the skills he leveled up were in his main class, so his progress was about 20 to 30 levels ahead of the players. His actual combat power was also above the average standard of his level. He could basically sweep through most Gravy supers. If he faced Ashes again now, even if he did not plan beforehand, he would be able to fight for a long time. Even if he could not win, he would be able to discuss the other party to death. This was especially so for his health. Every time he saw this number, Han Xiao could not help but feel numb. In his previous life, when he was at this level, the average health of a mechanic was less than 20,000. Even the main tanks of his level did not have as much health as him. This molding talent was simply too ferocious. If he allowed this talent to level up again, he would probably vomit just by looking at it. Leveling up from LV 130 to LV 140 required billions of experience. He had used the skills he taught to harvest a wave of players, and most of the profits had already been earned. At this time, he could still earn about 1 billion experience from selling the skills. After that, he would have to find new ways to harvest the players. It had been so many days since the start of the version, and the experience of the players had basically been used up. He had to wait for their experience reserves to accumulate again. Looks like I still need some time. Han Xiao was already very satisfied. At this level, he could not expect to level up 20 times in a row like in the early stages. The pain lasted for more than an hour before it slowly subsided. Han Xiao exhaled, feeling full of strength for a while. His stomach was very hungry, and only after gnawing on a dozen concentrated energy bars did his hungry body replenish its nutrients. He took off his sweat-soaked clothes and looked down at his muscular body. Then, he changed into a dry shirt and put on Qiu again. Beep beep. At this time, the communicator rang. Haluz was requesting a call. If you're here to show off your new arm, you can end the call now. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and wore a compressed or bracelet on his wrist. No, this is a serious matter. Haluz frowned and said in a low voice, Nagajin sent out a recruitment notice to the Inhumans. Many Inhumans were attracted to watch. The way Haluz saw it, the players were all good helpers that could help Sunil survive the catastrophe. However, Ghidorah was actually trying to poach them. He was furious. Oh, Han Zhao's eyes moved, and a smile appeared on his face. Hee, you're indeed waving your hoe at me. Don't blame me for being unkind. I'll go and take a look later. Chapter 517. The leaders came online one after another, only to see Bennett's solemn expression. He did not say a single word, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. The leaders of the Six Nations were very curious as to what Bennett wanted to discuss with them. Not long after, the last leader came online, and someone asked, Bennett, what do you want? Everyone, what I'm about to tell you is a lie that has been deceiving us for decades, Bennett slowly said. When the leaders of the Six Nations heard this, they were all astonished. However, as Bennett told them the truth, their expressions changed. In order to prove his words, Hannes even brought Kedden over and interrogated him severely. Kedden naturally told them everything he knew, and the details were unquestionable. The leaders of the Six Nations no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. Their faces were ashen, and the habit that they had cultivated over the years of maintaining their composure was broken before this piece of news. Anger and humiliation flashed across their faces. That's how it is. The entire planet has been played for a fool. If not for Han Xiao, we would have been kept in the dark forever. Bennett clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Han Xiao did not know what was happening. Bennett had told the truth to the Six Nations behind his back. However, other than not allowing Bennett to kill Kedden, Han Xiao did not have any other requests, and he had tacitly agreed to it. All these years one of them said with a hoarse voice, and he stopped mid-sentence. The leaders of the Six Nations had complicated expressions. Although that was the truth, they were the final victors of the old Arrow War, and they did not regret what they had done. However, when they thought of the tragic scenes of the Six Nations, the scenes of the missiles exploding into fiery red flowers, and the countries that had been destroyed because of it, they could not help but feel sorrow in their hearts. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. There was nothing much to say about winning or losing, but the mastermind behind the scenes was actually such a small character. They felt a sense of sorrow from the depths of their bones. So what if they ruled Blue Star? Countless advanced civilizations were like humans looking down on bugs in battle. No matter how grand and heroic the battle was, the winner was still the bug. Even if they knew the truth, they had no way to pursue the matter. Everyone's impression of Ghidorah had changed completely, but their rationality was not shaken. Ghidorah was still an advanced civilization that they had to look up to. Now, they also needed Ghidorah's help, but their impression of Ghidorah had changed forever. Bennett took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Last time, when Black Star was negotiating with you, I was behind him. To be honest, at that time, I didn't agree with his way of thinking, but now I understand his good intentions. He has long seen through this truth. Being backward and weak will only result in being toyed with. I don't know how much of your compromise was fake, but now I feel that you can see the reality clearly." The leaders of the Six Nations were silent. They suddenly recalled the scene from not too long ago. They had painstakingly prepared a grand welcome ceremony and had agreed on the landing coordinates with the Ghidorah disaster relief team. However, The other party had changed their mind at the last minute and left them aside to meet with Black Star. Actually, this was just a small matter. Although the Six Nations were unhappy, that was all. However, combined with the truth that Bennett had said, this small matter gave them a new feeling. After all, they were not respected. Bennett's tone was firm. I will completely stand on his side. If one day he is disappointed in you and wants me to replace you as the ruler of the world, I will do so. You should know very well that this matter has nothing to do with ambition. We understand. The leaders of the Six Nations slowly nodded. They were very clear about the weight of these words. Bennett was not pursuing ambition, but the hope of their civilization. Just like what Black Star said, he is our only choice, the only person who can bring about a future for Blue Star. Don't worry, we know how to choose. The leaders of the Six Nations spoke one after another. They were sincere. This time, they did not have any ulterior motives. In front of the future of their entire civilization, they were willing to sincerely submit to Han Shao. There was no reluctance or unwillingness. At this time, the leaders of the Six Nations were only thankful. They were thankful that a legendary character like Black Star had appeared in Blue Star. He had single-handedly changed the fate of their entire civilization. Under the scorching sun, the plaza of the sanctuary was bustling with people. Han Shao was leisurely heading toward Nagajan. He did not know that Bennett had secretly given him the best assist. Not long ago, Haluz had called and said that Ghidorah was trying to poach him. He was now preparing to go and see how Nagajan was trying to recruit players. They don't understand the nature of the players. In their eyes, the players are just special natives. If they use normal methods, I'm afraid the players will not accept them. Han Shao shook his head and laughed. Ghidorah did not understand the nature of the players like he did. At the same time, the area that the sanctuary had designated for Ghidorah's disaster relief team was surrounded by players. Ghidorah had issued a recruitment notice and attracted many curious players. The blue star that you are in is located in Star Zone 9 of the Garden Star system. It is under our jurisdiction. The Ghidorah civilization rules the Garden Star system and is very powerful. We have superb magic technology and can come and go freely in the universe. Some of the Ghidorah people were introducing the situation of their civilization. They used all kinds of video materials to describe it vividly. This was Nagajan's plan. He had decided to recruit Inhumans. The first thing he had decided on was to let this group of natives understand the situation in the universe and let them know how powerful the Ghidorah civilization was. He wanted to show their strength and let these blue star Inhumans have a clear idea. Only then would they be able to attract the Inhumans. Nagajan stood at the side and observed. His idea was good, but the actual situation was very different from what he had expected. Not only did these Inhumans not show any curiosity about the situation in the universe, they also did not show any envy toward Ghidorah. Instead, they seemed to lack interest. That's not right. How can they not be interested? Nagajan was puzzled. The surrounding players were indifferent. Nagajan's method was a normal method to deal with the natives, but it was completely useless against the players. At least half of the people present had seen Pork Bun's Black Star series. Not to mention Ghidorah, they even understood the situation in the entire Shattered Star Ring. The information that these Ghidorah people were talking about was no longer new. Nagajan was confused. Naturally, he did not know where the problem was, so he patiently watched. After the Ghidorah people finished talking about the overview of their civilization, they started talking about the technological strength of Ghidorah. They displayed all kinds of magic and high-tech products to show off their strength. The players took a few looks, shook their heads, and left. What's the meaning of this? I'm leaving. What's it to show off about such things? Do you think we're country bumpkins? You really haven't seen the world. Seeing this, Nagajan and Ghidorah's people were confused. They thought that the Inhumans were country bumpkins who had not seen the world, but they did not know that in the eyes of the players, these Ghidorah people were the ones who had not seen the world. Using such things to fool people, do you think we haven't seen magic or technology? We've even seen continents floating in the universe, and Ghidorah is showing us this? Country bumpkins. If Han Shao was here, he would probably laugh out loud and say, "What's the use of all this? If you have the time, you might as well give out mission. If you don't give them any benefits, the fourth calamity won't have the time to waste with you. However, this was only what most people thought. There were still a number of players who were curious and had the intention of joining Ghidorah's faction. It was not because they were attracted, but because they wanted to try if they could join two factions at the same time. Nagajan's recruitment process was different from that of the Black Star mercenary. After all, Ghidorah had its own system, and the recruitment process was more complicated. There was already a small group of players who wanted to ask how they could join, but at this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far away. The surrounding players gathered spontaneously, and through the crowd, they saw Han Xiao being surrounded by players. They immediately abandoned Ghidorah and rushed overexcitedly. In the eyes of the players, Han Xiao was associated with the word benefits. Every time he appeared, he would cause a commotion. He had already left a strong impression in the hearts of the players, and his popularity was something that Ghidorah could not compare to. Ghidorah's camp was already deserted, and at this moment, it was even more deserted. The faces of the Ghidorah people turned green and white. They had never encountered such treatment before. They were actually ignored by a group of natives, and many of them were fuming with anger. Nagajan's face twitched, and he looked depressed. This scene was too different from what he had imagined, and he deeply felt the huge difference in popularity. Black Star was born on this planet, so it's only natural that they are more popular. Nagajan calmed himself down and was not discouraged. Although the start was barely satisfactory, he believed that many people would still be willing to join Ghidorah. After all, they were an advanced civilization, and an ordinary mercenary group could not compare to them. He believed that as long as he continued to explain Ghidorah's situation to the Inhumans, many of them would make the smart choice sooner or later. Although he had the intention of poaching, Nagajan did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. These Inhumans were free people, and they had the right to recruit others. Everyone was fair, and he would not be unhappy with Black Star, so he felt that Black Star would not be angry because of this. Chapter 518. Players could move about in Ghidorah's camp, but the core area was not open to them. Ghidorah's soldiers had blocked the players outside. The two of them walked into the room and sat down. "How's the situation with the disaster relief?" Han Xiao smiled. "The situation is getting better, and order is slowly being restored. The information you gave us was a great help. Not only Blue Star, but the other disaster relief teams on the other planets also acted according to the information. The situation is very stable. As long as the scale of the disaster is under control, the rest of the problem is waiting for the research department to develop a complete antidote." Speaking of serious matters, Nagajan's expression became serious. Then, the two of them discussed the situation of Blue Star's disaster relief in depth, pointing out the current difficulties and management problems. After talking for a long time, Han Xiao pretended to casually ask, "Oh right, when I came over just now, I saw you guys recruiting Inhumans." "Haha, yes." Nagajan was very straightforward and did not hide anything. "I didn't expect Blue Star to have such a strange phenomenon. After some observation, I realized that they indeed have a lot of potential. No wonder you've been recruiting them. We're also preparing to recruit some Inhumans." Han Xiao touched his chin and did not show any emotions. "Yes, I've known the Inhumans for a long time. Your investigators also did not understand the reason for their existence. Later on, they saw that their actions were no different from normal people, so they did not find it strange anymore. Indeed, they have potential, and their numbers are considerable. All right, you have a high reputation among the Inhumans. Can you help?" Nagajan's eyes lit up. He felt that he could ask Black Star for help. He saw that the Black Star mercenary did not accept all the Inhumans, but conducted a selection process. He thought that Black Star did not actually want to monopolize all the Inhumans, so he should not be angry. Furthermore, Han Xiao's calm attitude confirmed his thoughts. At this time, Nagajan was even more relieved and asked for help. Han Xiao's expression was a little strange. "Is this too much? Not only are you trying to poach my people, but you also want me to teach you how to use a hoe well?" His expression did not change as he nodded and said, I can give you some suggestions, but I can't guarantee that they will be effective. After all, the Inhumans are not my subordinates." Nagajan thought for a moment and said, "What method did you use to make those mutants so eager to join your mercenary group?" Han Xiao chuckled. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just the same as what you guys are doing. Introduce the background of the mercenary group, the structure of the galaxy, and mention the benefits. The rest is up to the Inhumans. As long as you continue to spread Ghidorah's background, you will definitely attract some people." "I think so too." Nagajan nodded. His plan was not wrong. It was just that Black Star had beaten him to it. Since the direction was correct, Nagajan was not prepared to change his approach. Compared to a mercenary group, it was naturally better to join the Ghidorah civilization. It seemed like he only needed time to slowly let the Inhumans understand this point. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao said goodbye and walked out of Ghidorah's camp. He shook his head and laughed secretly. Actually, Nagajan's guess was not wrong. He was not angry because he already knew that Ghidorah would be his competitor. Nagajan's actions were within his expectations. Originally, there was another competitor, Dark Star. However, as the germinal organization was long gone, Dark Star would not appear for the time being. Furthermore, he was tied to Ghidorah, so Dark Star was almost out of the game. He had one less competitor. Han Xiao was clear about Nagajan's recruitment process. There was nothing special about it. It was just like what he was doing now. It was nothing more than introducing one's background. However, at that time, the players could only choose between good and evil. What was different from his previous life was that there was a new option for the lawful side, the Black Star Mercenary. Therefore, Ghidorah could not monopolize the market. After being active among the players for a long time, Nagajan could easily shake his position in the hearts of the players. Han Xiao could only encourage them to continue sleeping. Even if Ghidorah gave out all kinds of benefits, their core competitiveness was far inferior to his. Port Bun had released so many videos, which had a huge effect. It allowed the players to have a clear understanding of the Black Star Mercenary. Furthermore, it also caused the players to look forward to it. The serial-like mode formed a preliminary sense of belonging. Benefits, he had the advantage. Feelings, he had the advantage. Interest, he still had the advantage. He had all the advantages, but he did not know how to lose. On the path of collecting leaks, Ghidorah was like a younger brother. Because he was well prepared, he had a strong foundation. There was no need for him to do anything, and Ghidorah would not be able to do anything. Furthermore, in theory, the players could indeed join both sides at the same time. From Han Xiao's point of view, the real choice would appear when they left the planet. At that time, the players would have to choose who to follow. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. When the players had to choose between the two sides, he would definitely have the absolute advantage. Furthermore, with the crowd effect, more players would choose him. It was almost like a moving main city. On the other hand, Ghidorah's side would definitely be cold and desolate. However, Han Xiao never complained about having more tricks up his sleeve. Even if he had an obvious advantage, he would not sit back and do nothing. He secretly thought of a countermeasure. Ghidorah is still a collaborator, so I can't openly fall out with him. That would be too irrational. Although Ghidorah's competitiveness is not as good as mine, there are thousands of players. There will definitely be some who will choose them. I don't need to care. As long as the scale of the mercenary group reaches my expectations, it will be enough. After this matter is over, Blue Star can establish a mercenary group base. In the future, there will be an endless stream of new people. Han Xiao pinched his chin and pondered for a while. He had already thought of two ways to deal with this situation. As for the countermeasure, the first is to increase my attractiveness. Now, the players basically know the benefits that I can give them, but there is still room for improvement. If I want the players to follow the mercenary group into the galaxy, I have to make them feel reluctant. Very simple. Han Xiao chuckled lightly. He immediately had an idea. Just like the Sky Ring Army's rank system, he could implement a direct rank system for the Black Star Mercenary. For example, when the total amount of contribution points accumulated by the players reached a certain value, including the contribution points spent, they would be able to reach a new rank. He should give these ranks different honorary titles and record them in the mercenary files of the players. Other than giving the players a sense of achievement, there are also practical benefits. For example, when they reach a certain rank, they would be able to obtain different discounts when purchasing faction products. This way, the players would not be willing to give up their previous accumulation, mainly because they could not bear to spend money. This would naturally increase the attractiveness and sense of belonging of the faction. The achievement system is also the key to a faction. It is equivalent to the organizational structure of the faction. There are more and more people, so I'll set it up after some time to make it easier to manage. Oh, I also have to think of some cool titles for the ranks. Han Xiao flicked his tongue and made a sound. He was in a good mood. He was the best at coming up with names. Other than increasing his attractiveness, another countermeasure was naturally to attack his competitors. Since he could not openly fight with Ghidorah, he could only do things behind their backs. His only choice was to use public opinion as a weapon. Han Xiao immediately had a target. The players' forum was the best platform for public opinion. It was only circulated among the players, and it was hidden and easy to use. Even if Ghidorah was schemed against, the other party would not know what happened. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. Looks like I'll have to use the meat bun. At night, in the core area of the sanctuary, a group of players was rushing to Han Zhao's residence. Mad Blade, Pork Bun, Hao Tian, and Maple Moon received the notice. They were the first 4 to receive special treatment. Black Star suddenly summoned us. I wonder what's going on. Not long ago, their interface had suddenly triggered a faction mission. They were required to find Han Xiao immediately, and the reward was generous. The few of them did not delay and immediately set off after forming a team. When they arrived, Han Xiao, who was dressed in black, appeared in front of the 4 of them. He nodded expressionlessly and greeted them. After making many turns, they arrived outside a secret interrogation room. They were shocked to find Bennett there as well. This Blue Star protagonist-type character was known to almost everyone. Mad Blade and the others felt that things were not simple when 2 big shots appeared at the same time. What do we need to do? Maple Moon could not help but ask. Han Xiao turned around and said slowly, "A few days ago, we caught a person. The information we found was too shocking, so we interrogated him dozens of times. You guys are my trusted partners, so I need you to interrogate him again." As he spoke, he gave the 4 of them a new mission called Interrogation Mission. He put in all the rewards for the day, and it was very generous. When the 4 of them heard this, they subconsciously turned around. Through the single-sided glass of the interrogation room, they saw the interrogation target in the room. Chapter 519. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been more than a month since the start of version 2.0. The overall situation was good. The number of refugees who were sheltered continued to rise, and the rampaging beasts were killed in batches. The players integrated into the new version and ran around, contributing to the overall progress of the main storyline mission. In addition to the disaster relief, there was a competition going on in the dark. These days, Nagajan's policy was effective. As the saying went, a strong woman is afraid of a strong man. Under the insistence of Ghidorah's marketing staff, the players tried to join the Ghidorah faction. Han Xiao was not surprised. It was the nature of the players to try different possibilities. Furthermore, the 2 factions were not in conflict at the moment. Ghidorah's image in the hearts of the players was very thin. After all, this was the first time they had come into contact with a faction, unlike Han Xiao, who was already an old friend. However, although Ghidorah was not as good as Black Star Mercenary, the benefits were not bad. The magic technology was indeed attractive. Nagajan was very satisfied with the progress of the recruitment, and Black Star had no intention of interfering. However, just as he was feeling happy, a video quietly appeared on the players' forum, causing a huge uproar. After 10 days, Pork Bun released a new video. He now had a huge number of fans, and once the video was released, it attracted a large number of players. However, the latest video was not the sequel to the Black Star series, but a side story. The title was Blue Star, Old Times, not the Black Star series. TSK, disappointing. Side story? Interesting. I wonder what the content is. It's an international practice. Watch the beginning. After complaining, the players opened the video. They were full of anticipation. Although most of the fans wanted to beat Pork Bun to death, the quality of Pork Bun's videos had always been good. They were mainly jovial and humorous. Basically, they could pass a happy time. As soon as the video started, it did not start with Pork Bun's usual obscenities. Instead, it went straight into the content. The beginning was already extraordinary. A rain of nuclear bombs fell from the sky and hit the ground, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Everything was silent. It was only after the explosion that the background music slowly started playing, as if pulling the audience into the picture. Most people were very familiar with this video. It was the video of the Six Nations bombing the German organization headquarters. Then, the video changed to some tragic scenes of war. It seemed like the theme was not clear, and the audience started to discuss it. What's on this episode? Why can't I understand it? It felt a little messy in the first minute. Just as the audience was puzzled, a voiceover suddenly rang out from the war screen. It was Kedden's voice, his voice trembling and weak as he slowly confessed his crimes. This voiceover was made by Pork Bun by editing Kedden's interrogation recording. Kedden's testimony was broken up in order to complement the video. At the same time, it allowed the audience to understand the original meaning of the sentence. This kind of editing enhanced the contrast between the video and the voiceover, giving it a stream of consciousness feeling. As Kedden spoke, the atmosphere of the video slowly became emotional and sorrowful. Towards the end, the war screen and the interrogation screen were interlaced to enhance the effect. At the same time, it allowed the audience to understand the theme of the video more directly. It was the truth of the old era of Blue Star. With the help of the video, the theme was expressed in detail, fully displaying the sorrowful atmosphere. At the end of the video, Black Star appeared. With him as the core, Pork Bun summarized the story. This time, Pork Bun did not use a humorous style. Instead, he used a slightly heavy and emotional atmosphere to make this video. In contrast to the previous videos, the effect was very good. 10 days ago, Han Xiao used some methods to get Pork Bun to interrogate Kedden and find out the truth of the old era. He was 80% sure that Pork Bun would share this secret with other players. Pork Bun was a video producer, and this part of the story of Blue Star was very suitable to be made into a video. It was very eye-catching. In the end, as expected, Pork Bun's nose for news was very sharp. He discovered the value of this and made a video. He thought that he was lucky to have found out this secret, but he did not know that he was secretly guided by Han Xiao. After interacting with each other for a long time, Han Xiao was already very familiar with how to use Pork Bun as a weapon of public opinion. He only needed to provide fragmented material, and there was no need to worry about the quality of Pork Bun's video. The other party was a professional. The response to the video was very strong, and the audience was shocked. They did not expect that the story would actually contain such a shocking secret. Blue Star suddenly became the party that was pitted by everyone. Ghidorah did not have a very clear image in the hearts of the players. After the video's embellishment, it was immediately labeled as high above the masses and arrogant. The good feelings of the players plummeted, and bad feelings rose. The majority of the players were pragmatic, and they valued benefits and rewards. However, this was not the only motive. The players had their own preferences, and sometimes the importance of their likes and dislikes would surpass the importance of benefits. Very few people liked people who were high above the masses and represented authority. Furthermore, after version 0, the majority of the players had feelings for Blue Star and automatically placed themselves on the Blue Star side. Immediately, they felt indignant towards Ghidorah and had a very bad impression of it. Going against authority had always been an activity that the majority of the players loved to watch. The impact of the video slowly spread, and the players were agitated. They continuously posted on the Blue Star forums, and the collective actions were easier to stir up emotions. It was as if Ghidorah had become an unpardonable evil person overnight. There were even players who shouted a slogan, "Tonight, we are all Blue Star people." Han Xiao paid close attention to the situation on the forums. His goal was basically achieved. The public opinion was just to raise his own status or to attack his enemies. He did not distort the facts, and all he did was to expose the secret. Since Ghidorah's citizens had done such a thing, whether or not they were instructed, Ghidorah had to take the blame. For the time being, this could be considered as helping Blue Star get some justice. Ghidorah's benefits were already not as good as his own mercenary group. Now that their status was not good, their attractiveness plummeted. If this was a stock price, it was equivalent to continuously dropping. Under this chain reaction, the situation of Nagajan's recruitment took a turn for the worse. Some players who were originally interested in joining gave up on the idea. After all, there were already people who had tested the waters. Ghidorah's camp did not have any special benefits, so there was no need to go over. The number of players in Ghidorah's camp plummeted, and many players who had already joined Ghidorah's camp returned to Black Star's embrace. Nagajan was completely confused. Wasn't everything fine a few days ago? Why was he suddenly unable to recruit players? What was the problem? He could not figure it out. How would he know that there was a large amount of negative public opinion against Ghidorah in places that he could not see? He was completely in the dark. With me interfering, Ghidorah probably won't be able to recruit anyone. In the room, Han Xiao browsed through the developments on the forums and let out a long sigh. Although he had fought side by side with Nagajan, in essence, he was the one who had saved him. If he had not interfered with Nagajan's mission, Nagajan would have been crippled long ago. Nagajan had rushed over to reap the fruits of victory and thought that he would not be angry. He was too magnanimous. Since he was not being reasonable, then Han Xiao could only talk about physics. After viciously attacking Ghidorah, he was in a good mood. 10 days ago, after passing the problem of Ghidorah to Pork Bun, Han Xiao did not bother about it anymore. Instead, he focused on building the structure of the Black Star mercenary. As more and more players were recruited, this matter was brought up to his agenda. Not only was it to make management more convenient, but it was also to give the players a goal to strive for. It was to let the players see a system that allowed them to climb up the ranks. This matter was more important. It would affect the fighting spirit of the players. It was equivalent to having a goal in life. 2 days ago, Han Xiao had officially set up a level system for the mercenary group. Mercenary players of different levels would receive different discounts when purchasing faction products and enjoying faction services. There were 6 levels. The first 5 levels did not have any fancy names. They were directly from 1 star to 5 star. It was straightforward and easy to understand. In fact, he had wanted to use a cooler title, but after thinking about it, he finally chose a more easy-to-understand title. Just like the Sky Ring Army, the simpler the title, the more it could highlight the difference in levels. The 6th level was the highest level. It was called Black Star's 18 Horsemen. This level was not fixed. It was based on the rankings. After reaching the standard of 5 star, the top 18 players would receive this title. The benefits were obviously much higher. Since the positions of Black Star's 18 Horsemen were determined by the rankings, it was competitive. This was a money-burning machine that Han Xiao had specially prepared for guilds and tycoons. Players could check their position in the Black Star Mercenary in their personal mercenary profile. However, the players did not have a galactic communicator, so they could only check their own profile through Philip for the time being. There were 3 factors that determined a mercenary's level. The first was the credibility of the personal mercenary profile, the second was the current faction relationship, and the third was the total contribution to the Black Star mercenary. Credibility could only be accumulated by completing missions. Players could only increase their credibility by continuously completing missions. The current faction relationship was also easy to understand. For example, when a player first joined the Black Star mercenary, they were all 1 star. If they wanted to be promoted to a 2-star mercenary, one of the prerequisites was to have a faction relationship. In other words, they had to have more than 1,000 contribution points. After the promotion, they did not need to maintain their current contribution points. Even if they spent their contribution points, their level would not decrease. The total contribution points were the highlight. For example, if a player had 3,000 contribution points and spent 1,000 points, their total contribution points would still be 3,000 points, which was equivalent to all the contribution points that they had accumulated throughout history. From 1 star to 2 star, the total contribution points needed to reach 20,000. As soon as the level system was released, the players studied it with curiosity. Very quickly, they found a loophole that they could exploit: the total contribution points. Because his relationship with the faction was below friendly, 5,000 points, 50 anas could be exchanged for 0 contribution points. If his current contribution points were between 5,000 and 3,000 points, he would need 500 anas to exchange for 0 contribution points. Thinking about it this way, as long as he kept his contribution points below 5,000 points, he would be able to increase his total contribution points with the least cost. With this discovery, many players were overjoyed. They felt that they had found a shortcut. Han Xiao had already expected this. He liked it when the players felt that they had profited. The reason was simple. As long as the current contribution points reached 1,000 points, if they wanted to save money, they would have to spend all the contribution points they had. Contribution points could only be used to buy faction items, and the players would have to spend extra anas to buy the items. This cycle kept repeating, which was equivalent to urging the players to spend money. The players would think that accumulating the total contribution points was a profit. Furthermore, the other two factors that affected the mercenary level were hard requirements. There was no way to exploit them, so the players could not use shortcuts to quickly increase their mercenary level. The shortcut of the total contribution points was actually Han Technician's scheme. He used the player's psychology and purposely left a loophole for the players to discover on their own. There were many new players in the mercenary group. Currently, only the few dozen players that had followed him from the beginning were close to the standard of 2 star. The requirements for this system that Han Xiao had set up were not low. Based on the current progress of the players, he estimated that no players would be able to reach the highest level in 1 or 2 versions. This was a long-term plan. In the room, Han Xiao leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and muttered to himself, "The mercenary group's official planning has just begun. Let's take it slow." As long as he recruited enough players, the strength of the players would be equivalent to his own force. He had enough patience to wait for the players to grow. Beep beep. At this moment, an emergency notification popped up on his communicator. He opened the virtual screen and casually glanced at it. What he saw was the emergency news of Dark Star attacking a few mutation disaster planets. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he sat up straight with a solemn expression. It has finally begun. Chapter 520. This news caused a huge reaction in the Garden Star system, and many galactic residents knew that the main show was about to begin. As Ghidorah's archenemy, it was obvious that Dark Star would not let go of such a good opportunity. Now, they had finally completed this missing piece of the puzzle. There was still no evidence to prove that the mutation disaster was Dark Star's scheme, but it was no longer important. As long as Dark Star interfered, Ghidorah's greatest enemy would become their archenemy. The situation was completely different. Dark Star's first wave of attacks on 3 Calamity planets encountered the local Ghidorah disaster relief teams, and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Because the battle was rushed and the size of the fleet was very small, the 3 Ghidorah disaster relief teams suffered heavy losses. Logically speaking, the civilizations of these 3 planets would not be able to withstand a single blow from Dark Star's fleet. However, Dark Star did not destroy these 3 planets and seemed to have come to attack the disaster relief teams. They symbolically destroyed the planets and retreated before Ghidorah's reinforcements arrived. The result of the attack was that 70 to 80% of the disaster relief efforts on these 3 planets were destroyed, and the situation that had been stabilized with much difficulty became chaotic once again. As a result, Ghidorah raised their alert level and sent out their military fleets to the various Calamity planets to act as guards to prevent Darkstar from launching another attack. Even so, Darkstar was unable to let the matter rest. The second wave of attacks happened very quickly, and the other Calamity planets were attacked this time. It was the same process as before. Although Ghidorah increased the strength of their guards, Darkstar also increased the strength of their attacks. This time, both sides clashed head-on, and a large-scale galactic battle broke out. Spaceships bombarded each other, and shields flickered. The light from the ion cannons was like a new star being born, and the photon pulse was like a rainbow bridge that traversed the dark universe. After a huge battle, Darkstar retreated in time again, and it did not evolve into an all-out war. Ghidorah's fleet suffered once again, and the Calamity planets that they were protecting suffered the same fate as the first three planets. The disaster relief efforts were destroyed. Most of the time, Darkstar was only hiding in the dark and plotting against Ghidorah. It had been many years since their last battle, and now that Darkstar had come out in full force, it was no longer a small matter. This immediately put pressure on Ghidorah. Ghidorah had the absolute advantage in terms of raw power, but Ghidorah's territory was vast, and its fleet was stationed in different bases and colonial planets in the Garden Star system. The free forces that Ghidorah could mobilize were not enough to crush Darkstar. Furthermore, Ghidorah did not know how much military power Darkstar had. For a long time, the scariest thing about Darkstar was that it hid in the dark and could not be detected in advance. Ghidorah had a headache over this. If they did not know where Darkstar would attack next, they would not be able to come up with a targeted strategy. They could only passively defend, which was very inefficient. After 2 rounds of attacks, Darkstar seemed to be targeting the disaster relief team. However, Ghidorah would not withdraw the disaster relief team because of this. Otherwise, it would seem that they were afraid of Darkstar. Ghidorah would not show such an attitude to their enemy. Furthermore, since they had already started the disaster relief, if they gave up halfway, it would be a serious blow to their ruling status and reputation. The situation had not reached that stage yet. The two sides clashed again after so many years, and the Garden Star system was in an uproar. It immediately became the center of attention in the Colton Star cluster. Darkstar will not stop here. They will continue to attack, and we will be attacked sooner or later. In a meeting room of the sanctuary, Nagajan explained the situation with a serious face. Among the participants present, only Han Shao was clear about the situation. Bennett and the leaders of the 6 nations listened attentively to Nagajan's speech. After Darkstar's first wave of attacks, the situation became serious. A few days ago, a Ghidorah fleet had arrived to protect Blue Star. 120 Ghidorah battleships were on standby outside Blue Star's atmosphere, guarding against Darkstar's attack. Nagajan did not care about the disaster relief or the recruitment of Inhumans. Guarding against Darkstar became his most important task, and he had discussed this with Han Shao many times over the past few days. The meeting was held to increase the alertness of the Sanctuary and the 6 nations. Of course, the Blue Star civilization did not have much ability to resist in a galactic war. Nagajan mainly wanted them to be mentally prepared so that they could take refuge immediately when the enemy attacked. As we have to provide disaster relief, we can only passively defend, and the situation is not good for us. Darkstar's goal is most likely to make use of the weakness of Ghidorah's scattered forces to attack Ghidorah's forces one by one. We do not know what Darkstar's next target will be, Nagajan said with a deep voice. Han Shao nodded. This was indeed Darkstar's goal, but it was only one part of the plan. Darkstar's mutation disaster plan was to weaken Ghidorah's strength, not only in terms of military strength, but also in terms of all aspects of Ghidorah's rule. Attacking a Calamity planet would not destroy the low-level civilizations on the planet. If the civilizations were destroyed, Ghidorah would not need to provide disaster relief, and Darkstar would need to delay Ghidorah. Bennett and the others had grave expressions. They could not panic, and the problem was very serious. There was no point in panicking. How do you plan to deal with it? Bennett asked. The War Bureau will deploy troops from the other star zones and the second and third batches of reinforcements are on their way. The higher-ups want us to continue our work and maintain our vigilance, as well as speed up the disaster relief." Nagajan frowned. In truth, the higher-ups had the intention of forcefully moving the refugees from the Calamity Planet. However, this action would not have a good effect, and there were many hidden dangers. They would not be able to discover if the mutation source had followed the refugees into the spaceship. After considering various factors, this plan was temporarily shelved, and the War Bureau decided to face Dark Star head-on. Some of the more radical officers even felt that this was an opportunity. Dark Star had been hiding all this time, and now that they had finally revealed themselves, they could lure Dark Star's fleet out and attack the enemy. Thus, the War Bureau's decision was to deploy troops. "Thus, we can only wait." Nagajan's tone was grave. In truth, he had hidden an order. If they realized that they were not a match for Dark Star's fleet, the higher-ups would request them to strategically avoid the battle and protect their own forces. If the Calamity Planet was destroyed by Dark Star, Ghidorah could only express its regret. Han Xiao shook his head. Dark Star's attack order was random, and he could not be sure. Even if he knew the overall plan of Dark Star, he had to block the enemy first. "If Dark Star's fleet attacks, I will have to participate in the battle as well. This time, it will not be a ground battle, but a space battle," Han Xiao sighed. The danger of a space battle was far greater than a ground battle. It would not be a battle with supers, but a battle with a fleet, and he would also feel quite a bit of pressure. After the meeting ended, Han Xiao gathered all the officers of the mercenary group and requested them to be on high alert. He also ordered them to store all the resources in the warehouse of the spaceship in the secret underground base of the sanctuary. The spaceship he rented was a traveling model, and its combat power was not strong. He was not prepared to use these rented spaceships in battle. Not only would they not be of any use, it would be a huge loss if they were destroyed. He had other uses for these spaceships. Thus, the only battleships the mercenary group could use were the Blacklight stealth. Although there were not many of them, they were of high quality. The sanctuary also mobilized to disperse the refugees and reduce the population density. They also built some simple defensive measures. With limited technology, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Although the refugees did not know what was going on, they all obeyed orders. However, the atmosphere in the sanctuary gradually became tense. The players still did not know what they would encounter. Han Xiao still remembered that every time they were attacked in his previous life, the overall progress of the main storyline mission would decrease greatly. With the current strength of the players, it was very difficult for them to be of any use in a space battle. It would be best if Dark Star did not come. Han Xiao sighed. A hidden Dark Star fleet moved slowly in the universe. This was a highly mobile armed force. The main ship was not a Dark Star mothership, but a Berserker-class command ship called Bloodgore. More than 200 battleships surrounded the main ship, and most of them were assault ships with ferocious firepower. In the busy central control room of the battleship, the fleet commander Nakapu had his hands behind his back as he silently looked at the star map projection. His eyes were motionless, so cold that no trace of humanity could be seen. Not long ago, he led the fleet to launch 2 attacks and annihilated hundreds of Ghidorah battleships. His losses were not even half of that number. Nakapu's fleet was Dark Star's elite force, and their combat power was strong. According to the orders issued by the upper echelons of Dark Star, he was leading the fleet to the next target. "How long more until the destination?" Nakapo asked calmly. 17 hours and 26 minutes, the observer replied. The green 3-dimensional projection displayed on the virtual sand table was the star map of Star Zone 9. A planet was marked with a red light, and it was the next target. Blue Star. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 521. The Andrea mainland was once an area controlled by the Germinal organization. It was suffering from the aftereffects of the old era's war. The Six Nations expedition a few years ago had caused the environment of this land to deteriorate again. The nuclear radiation level was much higher than the warning line, and the land was scorched black. The wanderer tribes that used to live on this land had been moved to the other three mainlands by the Six Nations. Andrea was now deserted, and only mutated beasts were left. The ruins of the germinal organization were located on this land. The once majestic base had turned into a black, scorched ruin. The central base had disappeared, and only a black circle was left. The underground base had also been destroyed. The edge of the circle was a black line that radiated outward, extending for hundreds of miles. Due to the high concentration of nuclear radiation, after the nuclear explosion, the Six Nations only sent out a few drones to explore the ruins. Nothing of value was left behind, and there were no signs of life. Everyone had died in the frenzy of the serial nuclear attacks. Therefore, the Six Nations did not waste their energy cleaning up this mess. After a few years, the ruins of the germinal organization were covered in a thick layer of dust. Some of the metal fragments that were thrown into the ground by the explosion had already shown signs of erosion. The air was filled with death and decay. However, in this area where even mutated beasts could not survive, a human figure stood in the center of the ruins of the germinal organization base. Although it was called a human figure, it was actually a scorched skeleton. The steel-like flesh had been burned away in the explosion a few years ago, but the charred skeleton had remained and did not turn into dust. After a few years, it still had not decomposed into dust. Only the body of Super had far more tenacity than that of a normal person. However, it was obvious that the signs of life of this body had long disappeared. The gray dust in the air danced in and out of the empty eye sockets. However, such a corpse was moving slowly at this moment. Step by step, its footsteps were unsteady. A pool of black mucus was attached to its neck, extending out thread-like roots that wrapped around the bones of its limbs. It was like a puppeteer, and this skeleton was like a marionette. This puddle of black liquid was the mutation source. After going through the infant stage, where it could only passively absorb free energy, it could actively search for energy and constantly change its target. After trekking through mountains and rivers, it finally crossed the ocean and arrived at the Andrea continent. It shared the senses of countless life forms, and not only was the energy there massive, it was also the easiest type of energy for it to absorb. It was rich in nutrients. The germinal organization ruins were a forbidden zone for life. The beast that the mutation source possessed had died in the forbidden zone, and it could only move its main body to the center of the ruins. At this moment, the skeleton that it was controlling was the only corpse in the center of the germinal organization ruins. It was the corpse of the germinal organization leader. At the time of the explosion, the leader was located in the underground base. With layers of barriers and a strong body, he was able to preserve his body. However, the others had long been reduced to ashes. On an unseen level, the nuclear radiation in the center of the germinal organization ruins was being continuously absorbed by the mutation source. On a microscopic level, the rate at which the mutation source was reproducing had increased by 100 times. The reproducing material was also continuously evaporating, turning into energy that the mutation source could control. In the storyline of his previous life, Tyne had discovered the mutation source after being released from prison and became the host to the mutation source. However, Tyne had now been captured by Han Shao for labor reform. Without this powerful carrier, the mutation source had wasted a lot of time on the road. However, in the storyline of his previous life, it was not as good a cradle as the germinal organization ruins. The skeleton moved slowly, and the mutation source absorbed the energy as though it was thirsting for it. The concentration of nuclear radiation decreased at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. Nakapa's fleet was floating behind a desolate planet. From there, they only needed a short jump to reach Blue Star. The distance was already extremely close, and this was the last area where the stealth mode was effective. If they got any closer, the stealth device would no longer be able to fool Ghidorah's military radar, and the gravitational pull of the fleet would expose their location. This was like being in the deep sea. Their vision was pitch black, and they could only use the water flow to determine if there was an enemy approaching. The closer they were, the more obvious the water flow would be. Gravity was like water flow, and the stealth mode would lose its effectiveness if they were too close. The exact distance depended on the radar. Both sides had been enemies for many years, and Darkstar was extremely clear about the capabilities of Ghidorah's military equipment. At the same time, they were also constantly improving their stealth technology. The interior of the command ship was extremely busy, and they were making the final preparations before the attack. Nakapu confirmed all sorts of information with the scouts. How many defenses does Blue Star have? There are 120 Ghidorah frigates outside the atmosphere. This is a medium-sized fleet and should be a force sent out from the Nadban military base. Does the stealth team have any information? Yes. They said that other than the frigates, there are also more than 10 spaceships from Ghidorah's disaster relief team. The one leading them is a high-ranking official from the War Bureau, Nagajan. He's a pugilist and has the strength of a Calamity grade. Nakapu was expressionless. A Calamity grade expert? This is a little troublesome. We don't have any high-level combatants on our side, so we can eliminate the option of boarding. Luckily, it's just a pugilist. Is there any other information? Other than Ghidorah, there's another organization on Blue Star, Floating Dragon Island's field team Black Star Mercenary. They also have more than 10 spaceships. Nakapu's eyes did not waver. Black Star is the mercenary who killed Anner in Norios a year ago. They're also a group of troublesome fellows. It seems like Blue Star is a little special. Their defense is stronger than the previous two planets, so it will be a little troublesome. Then, we'll proceed with Plan 4. Nakapu was not too surprised to know that Black Star was on Blue Star. To him, it was just one more enemy to deal with, and there was no need to make a fuss. It was not that Nakapu was underestimating the enemy. After quickly estimating the strength of the enemy, he had decided to continue with the mission. In other words, the addition of the Black Star mercenary only increased the difficulty of the mission by a little. Darkstar might appear at any time. I want all of you to react immediately. Open your eyes wide and stay alert. In the atmosphere of Blue Star, the commander of Ghidorah's guard fleet, Barrett, spoke loudly in the communication channel. He was a short Ghidorah with a fiery temper, and his voice was like thunder. Commander Barrett, the radar has found the target. A fleet is rapidly approaching. They stopped. Their position is in the direction of 02-07. Barrett immediately looked at the radar screen. More than 100 light spots were displayed on the screen. This was Darkstar's fleet. He looked out the porthole, but he did not see any Darkstar's fleet in that direction. The distance between the two sides was beyond visual range, and both sides were at their maximum firing range. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the alarm in the command room suddenly sounded, and a red light flashed. Warning. Detected a high-index energy reaction approaching. A collision is about to occur. Outside the porthole, thousands of green light spots suddenly lit up in the dark universe, and a dense cluster of ion cannons shot over. Nakapu's fleet had used an over-visual range attack. Chapter 522. The attack came abruptly. Beam after beam of ion cannons exploded on the golden shield of Ghidorah's frigate, but a dozen or so managed to slip through the gaps between the frigates and landed on the surface of Blue Star. The beams of light became smaller and smaller in their field of vision. Some fell into the sea, causing small waves, and some exploded into mini mushroom clouds on the ground. At least from the perspective of outer space, the movement was very small. Activate the Vichy magic shield, Barrett roared. Ghidorah's frigate fleet changed their formation and gathered in the direction of the attack. They shot out golden rays, forming 10 semicircular golden shields in front of the fleet. They were very tight and basically covered the entire direction of Blue Star. Immediately after, Nakapu's fleet fired another wave of ion cannons, all of which landed on the shield. The ion cannons were fired continuously, like a rain of light. The golden shield was hit countless times, and energy ripples continuously appeared on it. Increase the power of the shield. Hold on for me. Barrett waved his hands continuously. Don't just take the hit. Counterattack, counterattack. Ghidorah's fleet locked onto the radar target and also started to attack beyond the horizon, shooting out golden lasers into the empty space. Both fleets could not see each other with the naked eye. The golden and green lasers were exchanged back and forth, and the battle was very intense. If not for the vacuum environment, the people of Blue Star would have been able to hear the sounds of the battle between the fleets. It was like continuous thunder. Barrett quickly notified the upper echelons and also reported the situation to Nagajan. At this time, on the surface of Blue Star, the Six Nations had already discovered the battle in outer space through the satellite and were all panicking. Although they did not have a clear understanding of Dark Star, they had already learned from Nagajan that this was a strong intergalactic enemy that could easily crush them. The Six Nations did not dare delay and immediately started to evacuate, allowing the refugees to enter the Sky Fortress underground. During the first wave of attack, more than 10 ion cannons hit the surface of the planet. Most of them landed in the wilderness, and the one closest to the Six Nations hit the outskirts of a city. It was as if a green thunderbolt had descended from the sky. Boom! A small mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a large hole was blasted in the ground. The resulting shockwave flattened a street, and dust filled the air. The shelter also began to evacuate, and the tense atmosphere finally turned into panic. Although the refugees did not know what had happened, they could not stop their imagination from running wild. The crowd was too crowded, and a stampede occurred. There were too many refugees, and many of them did not have the chance to receive the suppressant. Coincidentally, the mutation virus acted up again, and a commotion quickly ensued. The guards hurriedly intervened, but there was small-scale chaos everywhere. It was difficult to manage at the same time. Bennett's face was solemn as he constantly gave orders and managed to stabilize the situation. The players had triggered an emergency mission. The mission description stated that Blue Star had been attacked by a fleet, and the request was to help evacuate the people in the sanctuary. Almost every player subconsciously looked up at the sky. After looking carefully for a while, they really could see a faint light flashing in the sky. Are there warships firing at each other outside the Blue Star? Too bad I can't see it. F*CKU. Curiosity was like a feather that tickled the hearts of the players. The itch in their hearts was unbearable. The feeling of knowing that there was a high-level war in outer space, yet being unable to participate or witness, it was too torturous. There would be someone to deal with the chaos in the sanctuary, and it was not within Han Zhao's consideration. Although Han Zhao had triggered the same emergency mission as the players, the experience reward was too little to him, and he was not interested. He turned on his communicator and contacted Nagajan. What's the situation now? The fleet is currently fighting with Dark Star, and I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive. I have to go and help. In the image, Nagajan was hurriedly boarding a spaceship, and his tone was urgent. Then I'll hold back for now. Don't turn off your communicator, and maintain contact. Han Zhao nodded. With Nagajan and Ghidorah's fleet, he did not need to join in the fray. He was not surprised by Dark Star's sudden attack. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had a feeling that it's finally here. He looked at the mercenaries beside him, and they all looked nervous. Dark Star's fleet would not wantonly destroy planets. This was an important piece of information that Han Zhao knew. With this as the premise, there was a high chance that the enemy would not land. Instead, they would attack from outer space. Therefore, what they had to do was to reduce their losses. Furthermore, Han Zhao guessed that Dark Star's fleet was hiding in Blue Star. The enemy might have known that he and Nagajan were here. After all, Dark Star knew the importance of information and would definitely have investigated every target they were going to attack. Han Zhao had experienced such an incident in his previous life, and he knew the crux of the matter. He quickly ordered the mercenaries to drive their own spaceships to the Six Nations territory. Although these rented spaceships had limited combat capabilities, they could activate their shields to block the cannon fire from the sky to reduce their losses. The power of these spaceships' ion cannons was very impressive. If he were to take a direct hit with his body, the damage would be around 2,000. If it were the current players, one shot would be enough to kill a group of children. Of course, he would not be so stubborn. After all, a mechanical suit was not for show. In a battle of this level, only pugilists dared to run around naked. Who asked them to be so tough? As such, the overall progress of the mission would not drop too much. To the players, every time Darkstar attacked, it would be a scam that would cause the progress of the mission to drop by a large margin. Darkstar naturally did not only attack Blue Star. There were also other Calamity planets that were attacked at the same time. Han Shao could not care about the other Calamity planets for the time being, but on Blue Star, he could at least reduce his losses and prevent Darkstar from destroying the disaster relief. Otherwise, all the previous construction would be ruined. Ghidorah's fleet is blocking the enemy, and Nagajan has gone up. I don't know what the situation is like. Han Shao rubbed his hands and stared at the real-time image sent back by Nagajan. He hoped that Ghidorah would be able to force Darkstar's fleet to retreat without him taking action. Darkstar did not know that his strength had increased, so it was better to keep his trump card hidden for as long as possible. Nagajan's spaceship left the atmosphere and immediately saw the 10 golden shields in outer space. Ghidorah and Darkstar's fleet were still shooting at each other from afar. He was very experienced and could immediately tell that although the confrontation was very intense, neither side could do anything to the other. The ion cannons were all blocked by the shields. Even if the shields of some spaceships were destroyed, due to the long distance, they had sufficient time to react. They could let other spaceships take over their positions and wait for the shields to recover before taking over. Other than the conventional ion cannons, most of the other weapons were not in range. The nuclear homing missiles were destroyed by the ion cannons halfway through. Ghidorah's and Darkstar's fleet's technological level was similar. They did not have any overwhelming weapons, so if they wanted to cause damage to the enemy, they had to close the distance. Beep 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 Barrett connected to Nagajan's communicator. The shields can't last forever. We can't be like sitting ducks. If this goes on, Darkstar won't have any casualties. I want to close the distance. Nagajan, you attack and crush them. Don't take the risk. Nagajan shouted. The situation is in our favor now. As long as we continue to be in a stalemate, Darkstar will naturally retreat. What a joke. The size of Darkstar's fleet is similar to ours, but with you around, our strength is enough to suppress them. This is a good opportunity to attack Darkstar. Barrett shouted. He was an officer of the Radical faction. Compared to guarding the Calamity planets, he was more inclined to attack Darkstar's armed forces. Nagajan was about to speak when Barrett suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the radar shows that the enemy is retreating." They are retreating? Nakapa's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at the radar screen. His hands were crossed behind his back, and his fingers subconsciously flicked the hem of his clothes. He shook his head and gave the order. His tone did not fluctuate, and no emotions could be heard. Chapter 523. On the radar screen of Ghidorah's fleet, the 100 or so dots representing Darkstar's fleet were distancing themselves from each other. The oncoming ion cannon arrays were also becoming sparse. This was clearly a sign that the enemy had begun to retreat. Barrett's expression changed, and he had a guess. Darkstar realized that they can't break through our defense line, so they decided to retreat before our reinforcements arrive. They want to give up on this attack. Nagajan was also observing the battle from his ship. He frowned and said, "That should be the case. They're getting further and further away. I'm going to chase after them." "We can't let them get away so easily," Barrett shouted. "Don't be careless. This might be the enemy's plan to lure us in. Let's not make a move." Barrett's expression was unhappy. It wasn't easy for Darkstar to appear. "I don't want to let this opportunity slip away. We took a round of cannon fire passively, and now we have to watch the enemy swagger away? That's not my style." Darkstar's fleet continued to move away. Once they exceeded a certain distance, the radar would no longer be able to see through the enemy's concealment device, and Dark Star would once again enter stealth mode and become a stealth fleet. Looking at the dots on the screen, getting further and further away, Barrett was ready to make a move. Nagajin was a little hesitant. Biding their time was naturally the safest strategy. However, opportunities were always fleeting, and he could not be sure if the enemy was truly retreating. If they chased after Dark Star with their strength, they could at least destroy some Dark Star's assault ships. Furthermore, their fleet could delay the enemy's transition. If they could delay until their reinforcements arrived, they could deal a heavy blow to Dark Star's fleet. The first two attacks had caused Ghidorah to suffer significant losses, and the War Bureau was very angry. Even Nagajin wanted to achieve victory. Furthermore, Barrett was the commander of this fleet. Although Nagajin's rank was higher, he could not directly give orders to Barrett's fleet. "Nagajin, don't hesitate," Barrett said in a deep voice. "Whether you come or not, I'm going to make a move. Leave a portion of the fleet on standby." Nagajin's eyes narrowed as he made a decision. He no longer tried to dissuade Barrett and prepared to chase after them. "I don't need you to remind me." Barrett's eyes lit up as he immediately issued a new order. The next moment, the Ghidorah fleet split into two teams. 80 spaceships chased after the Dark Star fleet, while the remaining 40 spaceships remained in the Blue Star's atmosphere, awaiting further orders. Barrett decided to give chase, but he did not mobilize all of his forces. The enemy fleet numbered around 110 ships, and they were the pursuing force. 80 ships would be barely enough to pose a threat, and they would not have to worry about the enemy retaliating. Furthermore, they had Nagajin, a Calamity-grade super. Even if the enemy had Calamity-grade officers, they would be able to hold them off for a short period of time. The pursuing troops quickly caught up, and the ion cannons fired continuously. Golden light flashed continuously as they attacked from a long distance away. They also released interference rays to prevent the enemy from escaping through hyperdrive. Since the Dark Star fleet was retreating, Barrett adjusted his strategy and maintained a sufficient reaction distance during the pursuit. His main goal was to delay the enemy and prevent them from turning back. The two fleets moved through the universe and gradually distanced themselves from Blue Star. Right at this moment, in the opposite direction of where Barrett had left, hundreds of hyperdrive streams approached from afar and stopped outside the Blue Star's atmosphere, revealing their true appearance. It was a new Dark Star fleet, and the hundreds of spaceships were all assault ships. Nakapa's fleet had a total of more than 200 battleships, while the Ghidorah fleet only had 120 ships, which was only half of the Dark Star fleet. Thus, he had split his fleet into two teams, and the main team that the command ship was in would divert the attention of Ghidorah's fleet. This assault team would then take the opportunity to attack and break through the blockade of the remaining Ghidorah fleet, completing the strategic mission of destroying Blue Star. Even if the Ghidorah fleet was not split up, this assault team would still appear and attack from both sides. Attack! Nakapu, who was far away in the command ship that Barrett was chasing, gave the order and passed it to the assault team. At this moment, the 40 Ghidorah battleships guarding outside the Blue Star's atmosphere reacted and hurriedly began to resist. This time, the Dark Star assault team did not attack from beyond the horizon, but fought at close range. The shields of both sides exploded repeatedly, and the battle was intense. The size of this Dark Star assault team was more than twice the size of the Ghidorah fleet that was left behind. The Ghidorah fleet that was left behind was caught in a bitter battle, and they immediately sent the news to Barrett. After receiving the news, Barrett's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "So this is their strategy. Humph! The enemy has a total of more than 200 battleships, which is close to twice our number. That's why they can do this. Everyone, listen to my orders. Speed up and chase after them. Don't let the enemy's command ship escape. Tell the remaining troops to abandon Blue Star and join up with us immediately." Nagajin was shocked. "You don't want to go back and help. There's no need. There's not enough time. Going back to help will be futile, and we will also let the Dark Star fleet escape. The losses outweigh the gains." The enemy scale is larger than ours, and this is the difference in strength. If we fight them head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Thus, it's a good thing that the enemy has split up. We can gather all our forces and destroy the Dark Star fleet in front of us one by one. If we give the command ship enough pressure, the assault team will have no choice but to change their target and rush to the command ship's aid. Barrett snorted. If this was an important planet guarding Ghidorah, he would definitely not dare to leave and would definitely prioritize safety. However, this calamitous planet called Blue Star was not important to him and could be abandoned at any time. Between protecting Blue Star and attacking the Dark Star fleet, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. The previous two attacks had also made Barrett realize that something was wrong. Thus, he simply left Blue Star unprotected and exposed it to the gunfire of the Dark Star assault team. This was the perfect opportunity to see if the Dark Star fleet would wreak havoc on the calamitous planet. If the Dark Star fleet still did not cause any destruction, then it would at least expose the enemy's intentions. It did not matter if he guessed wrong. With one less calamitous planet, the War Bureau would feel less pressure. Nagajan frowned. At this point, he could not influence Barrett's decision. I have to inform Black Star first. No need. I heard you. Han Zhao's voice came from the communicator. He did not say much and slowly said, "Leave the assault team to me. Try to hold on." Nagajan clenched his fists and turned off the communicator. He let out a deep breath and quickly went to the hatch. At this time, the fleet he was in had accelerated and caught up with the Dark Star fleet that Nakapu was in. The battleships of both sides collided into each other's formation, and gunfire filled the sky. The spaceship he was in was rapidly approaching a Dark Star battleship. His battle was about to begin, and Nagajan did not have the time to care about the situation on Han Zhao's side. Chapter 524. Boom! Nagajan's spaceship collided with a Dark Star battleship that was almost 100 meters long. The interior of the two spaceships shook violently, and the hatch in front of Nagajan opened. He was directly exposed to the universe, and the Ghidorah combat suit on his body activated to provide him with a life support system. Then, golden flames ignited on Nagajan's body and exploded behind him. Like the tail flame of a propeller, Nagajan seemed to have turned into a golden meteor and slammed into the outer armor of the Dark Star battleship. The difference in size between a single person and a battleship that was almost 100 meters long was extremely huge. It was like an ant colliding with an elephant. However, the strength of this punch left a deep dent in the outer armor of the Dark Star battleship. The next second, Nagajan punched a hole in the Dark Star battleship, and a large number of metal fragments shot out. Nagajan charged into the battleship with golden flames wrapped around him. Boom, boom, boom. This Dark Star battleship began to explode continuously. Nagajan charged forward and disintegrated this Dark Star battleship from the inside. Not a single Dark Star warrior on the ship could stop him. It was as if he had entered a no man's land, and all the equipment and devices were smashed into pieces. Under the chain reaction, more and more parts were paralyzed. Very quickly, Nagajan charged out again, jumped into the spaceship, and left this battleship in search of his next target. Behind him, the battleship that was riddled with holes suddenly exploded, turning into fireworks in the universe. In space battles, powerful supers were usually the vanguard, engaging in side battles and attacking the enemy's spaceship from the inside. After all, tearing the spaceship apart with bare hands was too dangerous, and the efficiency was far less than destroying the interior. Ghidorah's remaining troops retreated according to Barrett's orders, preparing to rendezvous with the main force. Nakapu sensed Barrett's radical thoughts and quickly reacted, splitting the assault team once again. Most of the assault ships chased after the remaining troops to prevent the command ship from being besieged. There were only 30 assault ships left to attack Blue Star. Although Black Star had yet to make a move, Nakapu had estimated Black Star's strength based on the records and believed that these forces were more than enough. Without the protection of Ghidorah's fleet, Blue Star was like a delicate young lady. 30 Dark Star assault spaceships entered the atmosphere and fired at the surface. Boom! Boom! Beams of green ion cannons rained down from the sky like thunderbolts. These assault ships were not attacking randomly. Instead, they were firing at the Six Nations capitals and shelters. Their goal was to destroy these locations and destroy the disaster relief efforts. Han Xiao had already ordered more than a dozen mercenary spaceships to guard these areas. At this time, they were activating their shields to block the lightning-like green ion cannons. Boom! Explosions resounded through the clouds, and the shields of the spaceships flickered incessantly. The strength of the shields was gradually weakening. The players in the shelters could not see the spaceships in the sky, but they could see the green ion cannons raining down endlessly. It was like a series of thunderbolts raining down continuously. It was like a scene of a natural disaster. This scene shocked many of the players, and they began to discuss among themselves. Are these spaceships attacking us? F*CK. The mission progress is decreasing. Is it because of the attack? If not for these spaceships blocking the attack, the shelters would have been destroyed. The refugees in the Six Nations capitals and shelters were not as confident as the players. Every beam from the ion cannons rained down on the spaceship shields, and countless refugees were scared out of their wits. Their faces were as white as paper, and they hurriedly covered their heads and fled. The situation was chaotic. Han Xiao had already boarded the Blacklight stealth, and the officers of the mercenary group had also gathered on the ship. Their faces were solemn. Ghidorah's fleet had gone out to chase after the enemy, and they could only rely on them to deal with the remaining enemy spaceships. If he had known that Ghidorah was not reliable, Han Xiao would not have placed his hopes on them. Thus, he was not too disappointed and shook his head helplessly. In this day and age, no one can be relied on. We have to take matters into our own hands. Sylvia observed the situation and hurriedly said, "There are 30 small Dark Star spaceships. Based on their current firepower, the shields can only last for a few more minutes. We have to get rid of these enemies before then. If not, the shelters will be severely damaged." Han Xiao nodded. Currently, he only had a single spaceship that could deal with the enemy, which was the Blacklight stealth. If he wanted to get rid of the enemy quickly, it would be best to engage in a boarding battle and let his officers enter the spaceships to wreak havoc. However, the firepower of the 30 spaceships was rather ferocious. If they got close, even with the Blacklight stealth, they would still be in danger. Luckily, he had chosen the virtual technology path. If the hardware was not strong enough, he could make up for it with the software. Jeanette, you will control the spaceship. Sylvia, you will be his assistant. In order to maintain the combat power of his officers, Han Xiao decided to let someone else pilot the spaceship. He turned around and opened the control panel beside him. A three-dimensional virtual interface appeared before his eyes. His fingers danced quickly, and he quickly entered a huge amount of data. The data flowed like a waterfall, and he was able to invade the artificial intelligence of the enemy spaceships through the virtual network. His current class was proficient in this aspect, and his skill bonuses were extremely high. Virtual mechanics all had data transmitters, and they did not need to connect to the artificial intelligence of the enemy spaceships. As long as they were within the range of the transmitters, they could directly connect to the target system. "Rista, help me break the firewall," Han Xiao said as he operated. This should have been Philip's job, but Rista's efficiency far exceeded Philip's, so his help was much greater. While Han Xiao was invading the artificial intelligence, the Blacklight stealth quickly took off. With the help of its powerful engine, the spaceship quickly flew high into the sky and circled around the 30 Dark Star spaceships while firing continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Laser beams hit the shields of the spaceships one after another, but they were unable to break through. These assault spaceships also fired a few shots at this black spaceship, but they could not do anything to the extremely well-equipped Blacklight stealth. Seeing that there was only one spaceship on Han Xiao's side, and since they would not be able to penetrate their shield, this assault team did not bother with the Blacklight stealth that was flying around like a fly and focused on firing at the ground. The Six Nations looked at the battle in the sky through the satellite, and the upper echelons were extremely nervous. Ghidorah was not reliable, and Blue Star's last line of defense was only left with Black Star. However, from the looks of it, they were also unable to stop the enemy. The underground fortress where the upper echelons of the Six Nations were hiding started to fill with an atmosphere of despair. Right at this moment, the shield of one of the spaceships flickered a few times before suddenly disappearing. The laser beam of the Blacklight stealth directly hit the spaceship, instantly piercing through its outer armor and causing a violent explosion. Bang! Flames soared into the sky, and black smoke billowed. This spaceship lost control, and its tail swayed, crashing into its companions beside it. The Dark Star members in the two spaceships fell onto the ground. It hit. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were suddenly energized. On the Blacklight stealth, the virtual image in front of Han Xiao had changed, turning into a 3D projection of a Dark Star spaceship. It was the spaceship that had been successfully infiltrated. Han Xiao was controlling the projection, and the effects would be directly reflected back to the spaceship's main body. He had turned off the spaceship's shield generator earlier. Done. You have used the Blacklight stealth on a number 065 Dark Star spaceship. Starting to break through the firewall, level 3. Undergoing level 1 authentication. Authentication passed. Undergoing level 2 authentication. Authentication passed. Undergoing level 3 authentication. Authentication passed. Infiltration successful. You have obtained the authority to control the number 065 Dark Star spaceship. Authority level. Medium data has been sampled. Backup generation complete. The next time you infiltrate a machine controlled by the same artificial intelligence, success rate, 10%, speed, 25%. Your authority has been blocked by the other party's artificial intelligence. Undergoing authentication. Authentication passed. You have successfully retained your authority. Chapter 525. As long as it was a machine controlled by artificial intelligence, the virtual technology intrusion could tamper with the data and gain control of the machine. Naturally, the spaceship was included. Everyone, please search BookNet for the most complete. What the hell? The difficulty of infiltration depended on the intelligence level of the target machine. After successful infiltration, one would be constantly blocked by the enemy's intelligence. Every once in a while, one would have to go through a new authorization test. Only after passing would one be able to retain the operation authorization. The level of the operation authorization could be understood as how many positions one had unlocked. As long as the first infiltration was completed and the data of the target artificial intelligence was obtained, the difficulty of the next infiltration would be reduced. Therefore, virtual mechanics were hated by everyone in the Civil War. Every mechanic who fell in love with them would feel as though their wife had turned into someone else's appearance. The ability of a virtual mechanic was very suitable for space battles. Among the 5 superclasses, a virtual mechanic was the class with the highest efficiency against fleets. The defense of the spaceship's AI firewall was very strong, and with Han Zhao's current standards, the success rate of his infiltration was not high. However, the auxiliary AI on his side would increase the success rate and the speed of his infiltration. Rista was an AI life form, and its calculation speed was extremely shocking. It would increase the chances of his judgment by at least 30 to 40%. On the battlefield, Han Xiao seized an assault ship and disabled it by firing its cannons. Then, he controlled it to crash into his companions and disrupt the enemy's formation. This Dark Star assault team was shocked by the sudden turn of events. They had originally thought that the Blacklight stealth would not be able to break through their defenses, so they had ignored it. They had not expected the other party to be able to break through the artificial firewall and invade their spaceship. They cannot sit back and do nothing. The assault team split up 10 spaceships to engage the Blacklight stealth, while the remaining spaceships fired at the surface of the planet while maintaining their formation. The enemy's reaction was exactly what Han Xiao wanted. As long as he reduced the enemy's firepower on the surface, he would be able to buy more time. The blacklight stealth configuration was extremely high, and speed was its greatest advantage. Jeanette's driving skills were excellent, and she constantly dodged the crisscrossing green lights. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a pitch-black spaceship was being besieged by 10 assault spaceships, flying left and right nimbly. The only way to get rid of these enemies is to board the ship. Other than those who are flying the spaceship, everyone go to different hatches and wait to be released. Han Xiao ordered loudly. He immediately opened up the Void Dragon mecha and connected the internal system of the mecha to the blacklight stealth. With a faint flash of light, the virtual intrusion interface appeared, forming a virtual projection on his arm. This way, he could operate the virtual intrusion without needing to stay in the spaceship. He also walked to the hatch like the others. Han Xiao himself was also extremely strong, so he naturally made the best use of it. The enemy has 30 enemy ships. If we attack them one by one, we won't make it in time. We can only use destructive means. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and the data he entered changed. There were many forms of virtual technology infiltration. Seizing control rights was the act of bandits, which took the longest time. Other than that, there were also methods to tamper with part of the enemy's data to conceal or confuse them. These methods were often used to infiltrate. The most destructive method was to implant a virus or fill in a large amount of redundant data to destroy the intelligence of the target machine and temporarily paralyze most of the machine's functions. This method was the fastest and was equivalent to a direct punch. The most direct method to destroy the intelligence was to let the intelligence on one side fight against the intelligence of the enemy. With Rista's level, the intelligence of these Dark Star assault ships was not even comparable to children in front of him. He could easily tear apart these tool-type AI that had not even developed its own independent thought. If seizing control rights was like snatching someone's wife, then destroying the intelligence was like breaking the other party's wife. In terms of data flow, Rista was like a star shooting out scorching torrents. The firewall of the assault ships was like a shield in the data layer, constantly blasting large holes in it. The AI structure inside was riddled with holes. The results of the data battle were immediately reflected in the material world. Hum hum hum. With a series of loud sounds, the engines of the 4 assault ships suddenly stopped, and they rapidly fell downwards. The shields also flickered a few times before disappearing. The AI controlling the entire spaceship was temporarily paralyzed, and it was unable to continue operating the spaceship. The pilots were flustered, and they could only try to switch to manual mode as they fell. Before they hit the ground, they had sufficient time to switch to manual mode. However, at this moment, the blacklight stealth swooped down, and its laser cannon locked onto the 4 assault ships and opened fire. With a series of bangs, holes were blasted in the armor of the 4 enemy spaceships. At the same time, with its absolute speed advantage, the blacklight stealth swept past the 4 enemy spaceships that had lost control. The mercenaries waiting at the hatch jumped out one after another, and the hooks in their hands shot out at the holes in the armor. The cables quickly retracted, dragging the mercenaries into the enemy spaceship. Although the Dark Star assault ships had lost their shields, their armor still had a certain level of defense. The laser cannon would not be able to destroy the enemy spaceship so easily. If they wanted to quickly destroy the enemy spaceship, the best choice was to destroy it from the inside. Furthermore, as long as they charged into the enemy spaceship, not only would they be able to destroy the enemy spaceship, they would also be able to use force to seize the spaceship. Boom, boom, boom. The mercenaries wreaked havoc inside, and the bodies of the 4 enemy spaceships exploded with flames. The Dark Star guards inside were completely unable to stop them, and the command room was completely wiped out. The mercenaries quickly took over the spaceship. As the AI of the assault ship had been hammered into an idiot by Rista, there was no way to verify the pilot's authority. The mercenaries directly switched to manual mode to take control of the assault ship. In an instant, There were 4 more battleships on Han Zhao's side, and the team suddenly grew larger. The 4 spaceships opened fire at the other Dark Star assault ships. At this moment, the other 6 assault ships surrounding the Blacklight stealth were also paralyzed. The mercenaries charged in and started a massacre, including Han Xiao. After flying into the hole in the armor, Han Xiao landed in the aisle of the spaceship. The mechanical wings behind him folded up, and a bunch of compressed orbs popped out from his wrist. The orbs turned into dozens of leopard-type mechanical beasts and 2 Oath Keepers, firing in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Lasers shot in all directions, and explosions occurred one after another. The interior of the assault ship was quickly filled with smoke, and the cabin walls were torn into pieces. Following these openings, the mechanical warriors advanced toward the other areas of the spaceship, starting to clean up the Dark Star guards on the spaceship. Han Xiao bumped his fists together, and 2 giant mechanical hands appeared beside him. He raised his fists and smashed through everything. There was no need for him to take a detour, and the obstacles in front of him were all smashed through. Everywhere he passed, there would be bent metal. He ran in a straight line toward the command room of the spaceship. Dozens of spaceship guards hurriedly rushed over and blocked in front of Han Xiao. A Dark Star warrior who looked like a captain shouted, "Stop him, don't!" Before he could finish his words, Han Xiao waved his hand, and the giant mechanical hand slapped over. The flames in the surroundings were extinguished under the pressure of the wind, and before the captain could react, his line of sight was occupied by the metal hand that was rapidly enlarging. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant mechanical hand slapped the captain into the cabin wall of the tunnel, and the cabin wall caved in directly. The palm moved away, and only a strangely shaped meat patty was left in the pit. Blood splattered everywhere, and this Grade C Dark Star warrior was killed in an instant. It was easier than swatting a fly. In these assault ships, there were at most Grade C guards. It was basically impossible for Grade B Dark Star elite warriors to appear. The rest of the guards were shocked. Without waiting for them to do anything, Han Xiao clapped his hands together, and the fingers of the 2 giant mechanical hands came together, quickly turning into a giant drill and spinning at high speed. Woo woo woo. The drill created a whistling sound in the wind. The next moment, the 2 giant mechanical drills swept past, and no one could stop them. Screams were deafening, and in less than 3 seconds, all the guards in the way were crushed into pieces. Blood was everywhere, and it was as gory as a slaughterhouse. Han Xiao was already used to such scenes, and he continued to move forward without any hesitation. All the enemies in the way were killed in an instant. No one in the spaceship could withstand a single blow. Amidst the explosions and screams, Han Xiao drove unparalleled all the way to the command room. Behind him was a hole that pierced through several levels. The entire process took less than a minute, and it was as if he had entered in no man's land. After destroying everything that could breathe in the command room, Han Xiao came to the control panel and took control of this assault ship. He pulled the horse up and charged toward an empty enemy spaceship. At the same time, he multitasked and performed a virtual intrusion at a dazzling speed. In order to save time, he did not plan to return to the Blacklight stealth and directly drove the stolen assault ship into the enemy. After cleaning up all the survivors in the spaceship, the mechanical warriors quickly returned to the command room and turned back into compressed orbs, automatically returning to Han Xiao's hands. In this short period of time, Han Xiao took a look at the mission list on the interface. Ghidorah's ally was a main storyline mission that focused on attacking the Dark Star spaceships. There were a few missions that included the requirement to destroy the Dark Star spaceships, such as Fleet Killer and Direct Confrontation. These 2 missions had extremely high rewards, and the simplest one was Assault Ship Destroyer, which only required him to destroy 5 Dark Star spaceships. The reward was 630 EXP and 300 Ghidorah favorability. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Right, this mission was originally a main storyline for the players, but since they did not join Ghidorah, they probably won't be able to trigger it. Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and he quickly retracted his attention. Seriously, just focus on fighting. Don't think about such trivial matters that would cause trouble for the players. He almost felt guilty. He increased the horsepower and charged toward another enemy spaceship. The distance between them quickly closed, and the enemy spaceship grew larger and larger in his vision. He could clearly see the outer armor of the enemy spaceship. Boom! The two spaceships collided, and the bow of the spaceship stabbed into the belly of the enemy spaceship. Metal fragments flew everywhere. Han Xiao drove the spaceship and fired at close range, creating a few holes. He then broke through the cabin wall on his side and flew out, entering the enemy spaceship and starting a one-sided massacre once again. Darkstar spaceships fell one after another. Some fell to the ground, some were captured by the mercenaries to fire at the enemy, and some were blown into pieces in the air. The Black Star mercenary quickly gained control of the situation and began to surround and attack the remaining Darkstar spaceships. At the same time, the Six Nations and the Sanctuary were paying attention to the satellite images. Seeing Black Star's power, they could not help but feel excited and surprised. This kind of reliable feeling, it was as if Black Star was the guardian of this planet. Chapter 5:26. Far away in the battlefield where the Gadaran fleet was fighting with the Darkstar fleet, Nakapu received the news that Black Star had stopped the assault team and was even slowly wiping them out. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and his brows furrowed. Black Star actually has such strength. This doesn't match the information we received. Intelligence was the basis for strategizing. With the wrong information, he had misjudged the enemy's strength and made a huge mistake in his strategy, causing the situation to slide in a disadvantageous direction. Nakapu could no longer maintain his calm expression. His expression turned serious. Black Star is protecting Blue Star. A small fleet is useless. With the strength he has displayed, even if we split up the assault team, we will still suffer heavy losses. My fleet is also being held back by Ghidorah. If this drags on, Ghidorah might send reinforcements. After thinking for a few seconds, Nakapu immediately came to a conclusion. This attack had failed. Everyone, take note. Do not get entangled. Retreat immediately. Seeing that things were not going well, Nakapu did not want to continue fighting and decisively ordered a retreat. Darkstar's fleet stopped fighting and started to retreat. As Ghidorah's fleet had used a space-disrupting device, Darkstar's fleet was unable to accelerate in a hyperdrive. Thus, the fleet had been using targeted equipment to remove the effects of the interference. The further they were, the easier it was to remove the interference. This meant that as long as they were a certain distance away, Darkstar's fleet would be able to hyperdrive away. Nakapu was expressionless as he silently looked out the porthole. The colorful explosions on the space battlefield reflected on his face. This was the first time Darkstar had suffered a loss. Thinking of this, Nakapu's eyes turned cold. If he had known about Black Star's strength, he would not have split up his forces to reduce his losses. He would have used his entire army to break through Ghidorah's defense line. However, there were no ifs in this world. Since the situation had already been decided, there was no point in regretting. He could only accept the result of his wrong decision. Nakapu sighed and calmed himself down. The next time he made a comeback, he would definitely not let such a situation happen again. The battle in the sky above Blue Star had reached its climax. The number of spaceships controlled by Black Star Mercenary was now equal to the number of enemy spaceships. In terms of scale and firepower, they were on par. Boom! One of the enemy ships lost the protection of its shield and was quickly blasted into pieces. It fell to the ground like a meteor, piercing through the clouds and disappearing from sight. When the remaining 10 Darkstar assault ships received Nakapu's order to retreat, they breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled into outer space. However, they were chased by the mercenaries and were fired at in a flurry. This assault team originally thought that their mission would be very simple. All they had to do was to continuously fire their cannons from the sky. Who would have thought that they would encounter a head-on attack from the Black Star mercenary? Furthermore, they were actually unable to defeat the enemy. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the enemy spaceship was too advanced. Not to mention dodging most of the attacks. Even if they took the attacks head-on, they might not be able to break through the shield of the Blacklight stealth. In terms of supers, they were at an absolute disadvantage. As long as the enemy boarded the spaceship, there would be no hope left. Their squad had suffered heavy losses, and they had no intention of staying here any longer. However, due to the orders they received, they did not dare to retreat. Nakapu's order to retreat was just too timely for them. We finally chased the enemy away. Seeing the satellite image, the upper echelons of the Six Nations and the Sanctuary were overjoyed. The enemy had charged at them ferociously, and the trash god Aura had abandoned them. Everyone had thought that they were doomed this time. Thankfully, Black Star had stepped forward and chased the enemy away. The territories of the various parties had only suffered light damage, and the situation was still good. This was much better than what the people of Blue Star had expected. At this time, Han Xiao, who was covered in smoke, finally returned to the Blacklight stealth. Jeanette turned around, but before she could show off, Han Xiao had grabbed her by the shoulder and lifted her up from the pilot's seat, throwing her onto Sylvia. Ouch! Jeanette and Sylvia crashed into each other and rolled to the side. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Sylvia held her forehead and hissed in pain. She had been knocked on the head by Jeanette's combat uniform. Jeanette rubbed her butt, and a hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. Why did you throw me onto the ground? I'm a girl. Be gentler, you scum. Han Xiao could not be bothered with her. He put away his mechanical suit and sat in the pilot's seat. He rubbed his wrist and said, "The battle is not over yet. The enemy's command ship is being held back by God Aura. With the speed of the Blacklight stealth, we can reach the battlefield quickly. This is the best time to attack the enemy. Tell the others to stay in Blue Star and not move. I'll be back soon." Haluz had just returned to the Blacklight stealth and heard this the moment he entered. He turned around and jumped out of the hatch without hesitation. What a joke. He did not want to sit in a spaceship piloted by Black Star. You want to interfere? Jeanette was shocked. We've already stopped the enemy. There's no need for us to participate in the battle. Han Xiao shook his head. We've only destroyed a few assault spaceships. It's not even considered a loss to Dark Star. The enemy's commander is the key. Since they attacked us, it's best to bite them back. His target was the command ship, not the escaping assault spaceships. As the old saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy. It meant that one should not chase a poor enemy. Anyway, that was what Han Technician understood. Therefore, if he was going to fight, he would fight the leader. Because he had revealed his strength, Dark Star would update his intel. The enemy would definitely make arrangements based on this point next time. The enemy would not have any errors in their intel anymore unless he secretly killed another wave of players. Therefore, it was best to take advantage of this opportunity to expand the results of the battle. Destroying a command ship was also a requirement of many missions in Ghidorah's ally. Han Xiao piloted the Blacklight stealth out of the atmosphere and locked onto the coordinates of the main battlefield. It was quite a distance away. According to the feedback from Ghidorah, it seemed like the enemy was retreating. However, the Blacklight stealth was extremely mobile and could complete the acceleration before the hyperdrive in microseconds. It could arrive almost instantly and definitely make in time. The next moment, the Blacklight stealth suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark universe. The stream of light stopped not far from the battlefield, and further ahead was the area of space disruption. The chaotic battlefield was vividly displayed in front of their eyes. Ion cannons were densely packed, and all kinds of radiation weapons were shooting out colorful or invisible rays. Powerful homing missiles exploded into huge balls of flames, and plasma cannons melted through shields and spaceship armor. The battle is very intense. Han Xiao glanced at the radar and raised his eyebrows. Dark Star is indeed retreating. The largest spaceship in the middle is the command ship. After locking onto the target, Han Shao measured the distance. He had to go deep into the battlefield to allow the enemy's command ship to enter the range of his data transmitter. Furthermore, the artificial intelligence defense of the command ship was much stronger. Nagajin, I've settled things on my side. Where are you? Nagajin was in a spaceship and was being targeted by Darkstar's fleet. Faced with an overwhelming number of attacks, he was barely able to dodge and was unable to get close to the enemy's spaceship. Black Star, you've come to the battlefield? Han Shao nodded. Long story short, I can hack into the artificial intelligence of the enemy's spaceship. I'm preparing to make a move on the enemy's command ship. If you can get close, I can paralyze the command ship and the nearest few frigates, creating an instant opportunity for you to rush into the enemy's command ship. Hearing this, Nagajin's face lit up. Okay, let's do that. At the same time, Barrett's voice sounded in the communication channel. You can try. My fleet will do its best to contain the enemy's firepower and allow Officer Nagajin to get close to the enemy's command ship. Barrett judged the situation and knew that he would not be able to stop Darkstar's fleet. Black Star had also arrived at this time. He had just learned about the situation on Blue Star's side and believed in Han Zhao's ability. While he did not care much about Blue Star, Barrett would not underestimate Black Star under the Dragon Emperor. At the very least, he would not doubt Han Zhao's ability. A powerful mercenary who could make a name for himself in a Shattered Star Ring in just a few years was naturally not to be underestimated. He definitely had the strength to match his fame. Jeanette's expression changed. We're going to rush into the battlefield? The risk is too high. There are stray bullets everywhere. Even I don't have the confidence to dodge all of them. This is just a small spaceship. One mistake, and we'll be in danger. Humph, my piloting skills have been honed thousands of times. I've never made a mistake. Han Shao warmed up his wrists and suddenly sped up. Sit tight. The Blacklight stealth suddenly sped up and entered the battlefield. It weaved through all sorts of attacks, rolling, stopping abruptly, diving and circling. Its movements were endless. It was like an agile blackbird, moving freely between the intersecting branches and easily passing through the gaps between all sorts of beams. The view outside the porthole was spinning. Jeanette hurriedly tied herself to the seat. At first, she was afraid that Han Shao would make a mistake. After staring at it for a while, the veins on her forehead started to throb. It was as though her brain was spinning along with it. Her face gradually turned pale, and a nauseating feeling started to brew in her chest. Slow down. I can't see clearly. Jeanette endured the discomfort and spoke. She did not expect Han Zhao's piloting skills to be far above hers. With this skill, he could be the ace pilot in any organization. You're not the one piloting the spaceship. What's the point of letting you see clearly? Han Shao said. Jeanette turned around to take a look, and her eyes widened. Han Shao was using a few small mechanical hands controlled by his nerves to pilot the spaceship while he performed virtual intrusion. His hands were typing in data, multitasking. Sylvia was so frightened that her lips turned white. Hey, teacher, please don't drive dangerously. Don't be noisy. I'm busy. Don't distract me. The Darkstar fleet noticed the Blacklight stealth entering the battlefield. Nakapu looked at the screen, and his expression changed. This is Blackstar's spaceship. Why is he here? Suddenly, Nakapu recalled the situation reported by the assault team, and his eyes widened. Not good. He's here for revenge. Everyone, listen up. Don't let that black spaceship get close to the command ship. Nakapu did not dare to ignore Blackstar's virtual intrusion technology. If they entered the range of the other party's data transmission, the command ship would be hacked, and they would be in danger. The Darkstar fleet changed their target, and the Blacklight stealth was under even more pressure. Their formation also changed. The Bloody Gal command ship no longer stayed in the center, but flew to the front of the formation, trying to increase the distance between them and Han Shao. Han Shao frowned. Looks like they've noticed me and don't want to get close. At this moment, Barrett's fleet began to retaliate fiercely, suppressing the Darkstar fleet with all their might. At the same time, they tore at the tail of the Darkstar fleet to create gaps for the Blacklight stealth. Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately accelerated and rushed into the Dark Star fleet through the gaps. He was extremely agile, and with his piloting skills, he was like a fish in water, even in the face of concentrated fire. The Blacklight Stealth was a stealth spaceship created by the Radiant Federation, and its speed completely surpassed that of Ghidorah and Dark Star. Han Xiao felt that it was a pity that the Blacklight Stealth was not equipped with the conventional weapons of the Radiant Federation. Otherwise, a single psionic particle cannon would be able to penetrate the shields and hull of more than 10 Dark Star battleships. If that was the case, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The power of the psionic particle cannon was also different depending on the technology used, energy source, and caliber. The psionic particle cannon, used by Ghidorah and Dark Star, was a common model in the universe. At the same time, the Bloody Gal sounded an ear-piercing alarm. Warning: the spaceship has been infiltrated. Please take immediate action. I repeat, warning. Fly #YinYin%. The AI of the spaceship suddenly turned into static, and Nakapa's expression changed drastically. **T. Buzz. All of a sudden, almost all the lights turned black, and the engine of the Bloody Gal suddenly stopped. Its speed plummeted, and it was overtaken by the Dark Star battleships behind it in an instant. The communication channel was also cut off. Controlling an entire spaceship relied too heavily on the AI. As long as the AI was paralyzed, the spaceship would basically be paralyzed as well. If it had to be manually operated, the reaction speed would be much slower than the AI. As long as a virtual mechanic was given space to perform, it would be a killing machine on the galactic battlefield. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from the command room, as though something had crashed into the spaceship. However, the AI was paralyzed, and no one knew what had happened. However, just by guessing, the Dark Star members on the spaceship knew what had happened, and their faces were filled with nervousness and despair. It's Nagajin that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.